Good afternoon all. Am I audible till then? Okay. So let's get started with the history part of GS1. Fine. So I'll be dealing with modern India, world history and post-independence. And the structure of the classes and the intent of the classes, I am going to deliver it in the first few minutes. So pay attention. Okay. See, in prelims, the nature of paper has changed. You might have seen that. Mains also, that is very much expected. So it's not only about PYQs, we also need to keep the FYQs in mind, future year questions. So we need to prepare for that. So preparing for PYQ is not the complete intent. That should not be the only intent of attending these classes. Yes, there are PYQs which are being asked, which were asked earlier, but are you prepared to tackle any question that comes from this subject? That is the intent of these classes. Okay. So come out of the PYQ centric mindset. Let's explore something else. Okay. So see, there are many questions. There are many questions which are rephrased by UPSC and asked again and again. Okay. So let me show you some examples. So one, in 2017, there was a question on decline of artisanal industry under the colonial rule. Similarly, 2024, industrial revolution, how industrial revolution in England impacted Indian industries. That is the question. See, the questions, there are two more questions in the same, from the same topic. Let's say, for example, there has been one question in 2022, why there was a sudden spurt in famines in colonial India? Sudden spurt in famines. Do you think it is related? Famines, this is about artisans, this is about, like, what do you say, industries, but the question is about famines. And there was one more question in 2014, various facets of colonial economic policies of British in India from mid 18th century. Economic policies in India, 2014 question. And there is one more question. Okay. See, 14, 17, 24, 22. All four questions, they have the same demand. Only with regard to the presentation in the examination, we need to add some points according to the demand of the question. But broadly, the talking points are almost the same. So there are certain other questions. Let's say, for example, early nationalist. About moderates, there has been two questions. Two questions has been asked from the moderates. Okay. So the first question in 2017, why moderates failed to carry the conviction with the nation about their proclaimed political goals and ideology? This is one question. This was asked in 17. 21, there was similar question. To what extent did the role of moderates prepare a base for the wider freedom movement? So two questions on moderates. Okay. So the demand is almost the same. See, whatever book you read, textbooks, standard books, NCRTs, the content about moderate will not exceed 300, 400 words. So the same content, you should tailor it according to the need of the question. Whatever is the demand, you need to question. You need to modify that. Okay. And then, with regard to Gandhian phase, let me write down two questions. Write down two questions. Three questions. Write it down. See, in 2017, there was one question. Write it down. Highlight the importance of new objectives, that got added to the vision of Indian independence, since the 20s of last century. 2017 question. Now write down one more question from 2020. Since the decade of 1920s, the national movement acquired various ideological strands various ideological strands and thereby expanded its social base. And thereby expanded its social base. Discuss. This is in 2021. Okay. So write down one more question. Bring out the constructive programs. Bring out the constructive programs of Mahatma Gandhi during NCM and CDM. I hope you know what is NCM and CDM. During NCM and CDM. Okay. Write down one more question. Many voices strengthened and enriched. Many voices strengthened and enriched the nationalist movement. The nationalist movement during the Gandhian phase. Elaborate. 2019 question. Okay. So now look at these 4 questions. The beauty of these 4 questions are first two questions. Read the questions properly. First we will understand the anatomy of the questions, how to dissect the questions into different parts and understand the deeper meanings, the demands of the question. On the face of it they look different. In one question, since the decade of 1920s, they are saying directly 1920. In the second question, objectives that got added to the Indian national movement since the 20s of the last century. What is it, 20s of the last century? 1920s. And when did Gandhi come into prominence during the national movement? 1920s. Look at the question number 3 and also question number 4. Look at the question number 4. Many voices strengthened the Gandhian movement. So Gandhian phase mainly starts from 1920. Understood? So all these 4 questions inherently they are demanding the same things. Only the framing of question is in a different way, but the talking point is almost the same. Only according to the keywords used in the question we need to slightly change the subheadings, add some points, remove some points. Understood? So let me give you one more such type of question. See, UPSC has asked the comparative analysis questions. This is a big googly or a bouncer kind of a question to most of the aspirants. So 1 year they have asked the comparison between Gandhi and Bose. Later Gandhi and Ambedkar, and also Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore. 3 comparative analysis questions has been asked. So many aspirants, they get puzzled looking at these questions, how to compare. Though you might be knowing n number of things about Gandhi, though you might have achieved a lot of depth with regard to the Gandhian phase of the national movement, there a lot of the aspirants struggle to build the comparative analysis. Understood? So I am going to give you some key parameters and templates using which, irrespective of the personality they ask, you will be able to derive and deduce the answer, and that too quality answer. It is not a generic kind of a answer, a very good quality answer, and end up getting around 40 to 50% of the marks. Okay? So what I mean to say is, UPSC will recycle the questions. They will rephrase. Understood? Inherent demand will be the same, but they will try to rephrase the question. The question might sound difficult, but if you understand the demand, the atma of the question, then you will not be surprised. Okay? So now we'll start with it, and we'll start from the very basic thing. I'll help you how to read the question, how to dissect the question, how to understand the demand. Then we'll proceed into some topics. I'll teach you today. The intent is to help you understand 3 important topics from which lot of questions has been asked. So I'll give you some content, and I will teach you how to use the content into answers. Okay, and once we learn that, you have to write one answer. You have to write one answer. Only upon the discussion, you have to write one answer. I am not asking you to write it blindly. We will first discuss, and then you have to write one answer. Then we will proceed to the next topic. Understood? See, you will get very good quality handouts. Okay, you don't have to write down everything. So whatever I write on the board, I want you to write it down, because that is not there in the handouts. So whatever you write down here, plus the handouts that you get will be a skeleton. It does not have any, every content. I just don't want to copy paste from the like internet or give you some chat GPT content, just copy paste. That will not help your purpose. So I have done the research, I have filtered out every content, all unnecessary noises have been removed, only one pager per topic will be given to you. At max 2 pages, nothing more than that. So the materials that I am going to give you will be revision friendly. Understood? So it is with the intent to help you prepare and revise multiple times in the examination and end up scoring good marks, provided if you revise it. Artha? So give me a minute. Yes, ಏನು ಮಾಡಲು? So this is one thing, and first thing I told you, the repetitive themes, same question reworded, rephrased, and it looks like a different question that I showed you. You wrote a lot of questions, that is the examples for that. And there are other two types of questions. One is asymmetric pair. What is asymmetric pair? See, UPSC has asked about moderates twice. What is missing? Extremis. That is a sleeper, that is a asymmetric pair. One pair has been asked, one half has been asked. See, early nationalist comprises of two groups, you know that. Moderates and extremists. Moderates asked twice, extremists not even touched. So what does it indicate to you? It's a potential topic. So what are the two different movements that were organized by extremists? Swadeshi movement and HRL. They are the two important pre-Gandhian mass movements. Understood? UPSC might not directly ask you to talk about the movements that were organized by extremists. They can rephrase it. They can ask pre-Gandhian mass movements. That can be the type of asking. That can be the choice of words. It can vary, but you need to have this. Okay? And similarly, UPSC has asked a lot of questions. For example, in the previous mains also, they asked about Jyotiba Phule. And they have already asked about Brahmo Samaj and Young Bengal movement. So, what is missing there? One explicit question about depressed classes, one explicit question about women-based reforms or gender equality reforms. Understood? That is missing. Fine. See, UPSC has asked one question about labor and one question about tribal so far. So it is one area which is underexploited. Labours and peasants. So that can be asked again. And see, there are lot of such things. I have picked those areas from where the questions are still pending. You know about seismic gap, right? Seismic gap. What is seismic gap? Earthquake is still pending there. Based on the geographical time scale, when you look at the past track record, the earthquake is pending in that area. That is what we call as seismic gap. So I have identified such gaps in the question paper. From which areas the questions are still pending. We will delve into that. And similarly, see, UPSC has asked a lot of questions about the Gandhian movement, but one important topic is still pending: revolutionaries. The first and the second phase of revolutionaries, that is still pending. So we will explore all these kind of areas. One, PYQs will be there. PYQs will be kind of indicator to us. to understand which areas have been asked, which areas are pending, how the questions can be reframed or rephrased. We'll understand that. And the intent is to prepare for FYQs, future year questions. So if I just make you write answers for PYQs, see, it's of ultimately no use to either of us. The intent is to make sure that you are very well prepared for the upcoming years, not for the previous years. Previous year ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ YouTube ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ, ಅದೇನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. I'll also help you to frame the answer, not an issue, but the sole intent is not that. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತೇನಪ್ಪ? So now other thing is the sleeper topic. As I told you, they have asked a lot of questions about Gandhi, but not about Bose. Bose has come only once, that too in comparison with Gandhi. Nehru is yet to make a debut. He can make in the context of post-independence India or in comparison with Gandhi. That's one sleeper cell. So these topics are still pending. Okay, so that is one thing. And what I want you to do as a serious aspirant is, the first thing, you have to do the PYQ analysis, which will be doing in the class. And apart from that, I want you to take up this on your own also, because you need to have your own perspective about the question paper. See, my thinking point will be different, your way of looking at the questions will be different. I know that. And one way of thinking is not always fine in UPSC. So I welcome your suggestions and opinions also as and when we get into the topics. But the thing is, apart from the analysis that we do in the class, I'll try to give you a method, a structure, and a thinking direction. I want you to proceed in this direction and explore things on your own. Okay? So you have to read every question paper, and just like I gave you some patterns, with regard to the questions that are very repetitive and all. So I want you to spot such repeated patterns on your own. Apart from the patterns that I gave, if there is anything else, I want you to point it. I'll lead you to that also. I'll give you some clues also. And the next thing is, I want you to map it. So far these questions has been asked. This is the syllabus. So which topics are pending? That's very easy. So if you do it on your own, that will give you a specific direction for preparation for your upcoming attempt. So these are the areas from where the questions have been asked repeatedly. These areas are pending, so it can be asked. Understood? So while preparing for your test series or upcoming mains, you can always keep this in mind and prepare accordingly. Okay? So this is one thing. And don't stop with the analysis. Just looking at the PYQs, writing down the PYQs, that is not analysis. Understood? So most students stop there. So once they write down the PYQs, organize it topic wise, they stop there. That's not the intent of it. Okay? So I'll give you the second step also. So the second step is, whatever the thematic things are, so I'm going to teach you the topics in a thematic order. So we are not going to take it topic wise, we are not going to go, approach it chronologically, we are going to take it thematic wise. Okay? Thematic coverage of the topics. So that is the reason we'll try to logically group the topics. Are you able to follow what I am trying to explain? ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? Anyone not comfortable with Kannada? Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮಾತು. I can express better in that language anyhow, like I'll keep it to the minimal thing, but I hope every one of you are following. Okay? The second thing is, I want you to gather the content. See, whatever content I'm going to give you, that plus any enrichment, if you can make it possible, you can organize it under one source. That is the reason I'm trying to give you very minimal kind of notes. So enrich that only. Don't try to refer to any new set of notes and all. So if you are trying to like over exploit, if you are trying to collect n number of material for the same subject or the same topic, ultimately you will end up becoming material collector but not district collector. Understood? So people have very huge repository of material, soft copy, hard copy, everything, but the intent is not to collect all those material and dump it at one place. The intent is to record it here and make sure you will be able to recall it when it is needed. Understood? So first step is analysis, second step is gathering the content and organizing the content in a logical way. See, we cannot prepare separate answers for every question that is asked. For example, as I showed you earlier, see, you cannot prepare separate points for these two topics. So whatever content you have, you need to restructure it. You need to organize it according to the demand of the question. Bare points illa idikella. See, two questions on moderates. Do you think both of them have different points? No. Same points only, you need to restructure it. That's all. So that is what we have to learn. Okay. So while looking at the PYQs itself, I want you to think this content which I am trying to gather now, it can be used where? Okay, let me give you one simple content, one simple point. See, in the beginning of 18th century, India and China, especially India, accounted to 24% of world trade. And at the time of independence, it came down to less than 3%. This is the fact. Now, when you have a fact, you just try to memorize it, it's of no use. Now think, where can you use this fact? Understood? So this can be used whenever there is a question on economic exploitation. This can be used even in post-independence, when there is a question about industrialization or industrial policy, even in economy also if there is a question, even in agriculture also if there is a question. Understood? So you can use this, you can use this. So you need to, when you have a point, when you have a content with you, you should be able to brainstorm and think where I can use this content, where all it is possible to use this content. Use ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. Understood? So the same content you should be restructure it and use it under different things, because you will not be able to learn separate content for every question or every topic. Artha aita? So that is one thing. And level 3 is, I want you to see, this is one process. Introduction, body, conclusion, everybody knows. But to answer any question effectively, you need to understand the question. Without processing the question properly, without understanding the demand of the question, you will not be able to do justice to the answer. You will write something that comes to your mind in a structured way or unstructured way, but understanding the question and answering it without understanding the question, they are two different things. In both the aspects, you will be writing the answer. But when you understand the question, you will end up getting around 50% of marks. When you don't understand the exact demand of the question, you will dump the content, you will fill the space, but you will be receiving around 20 to 30% of the marks, which is grossly insufficient. And the beauty of history is, we have limited syllabus. We have limited syllabus. You should be able to maximize over this aspect. So there are only limited set of topics which we need to cover. And sometimes what UPSC does, they will try to link the historical topics to anniversaries. For example, in 2020, you all know there was NEP, National Education Policy. On that occasion, UPSC asked this question, Tagore versus Gandhi on education and nationalism. This is one aspect. 1914, what happened in the world? What was the big event? The First World War started. 2014, there is one question in mains. The political, economic events, how it influenced the Indian national movement. Across the globe, the political, economic events, how it influenced the Indian national movement. So that is inspired from what happened 100 years ago. 1924-25, discovery of IVC. This year in mains, the first question itself was IVC. A movie was released based upon the life of Jyotiba Phule. There was a controversy surrounding that movie. You got a 15-marker question on Jyotiba Phule. Understood? One article was published in the Hindu newspaper comparing the different versions of nationalism professed by Gandhi and Subhash Chandra Bose. That became the talking point and a question was asked. See, these questions, many of these questions were not asked in isolation. The examiner, he did not himself formulate it. It was influenced by some articles, it was influenced by some current events and anniversaries. So you have to be cautious about these things as well. History is a dead subject, but they can invoke a historical person depending upon the current events. Any anniversaries like 100th or 150th, something like that, or any historical personality in news, they can invoke that and ask a question. Inspired by that, they can ask a question in mains or prelims. So you should be ready for this as well. So whichever personality in the upcoming days will be in news, historical personality, you need to prepare. So whenever, let's say for example, Periyar, most of the times will be in news, Tamil Nadu. So when they invoke Periyar, you should not just think about self-respect movement, Pudiyarasu newspaper, okay. So he was influenced by SNDP, not just that. You also have to compare him with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He was also talking about uplifting the bottom sections of society. He was also talking about the annihilation of caste, okay. So there are some similarities, there are some differences. So you have to try to draw the parallels between Periyar and Ambedkar. Understood? So let's say for example, if Patel becomes a talking point, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel becomes a talking point because of some anniversary or some event or some statue inaugurated or some new scheme based on his name, Patel becomes the talking point. So your task should be to compare Patel with Gandhi. He is contemporary. He was a Gandhian, but he differed with Gandhi on many aspects. So what were those differences? What were the similarities? Similarly, Patel and Nehru. So if you can brainstorm along these lines, whatever questions that are asked in the prelims or mains will not be a challenge to you, because you already thought from that angle. You already have some content. You just need to build over that skeleton. But if you enter into the examination all completely unprepared, then these questions can take you by surprise. So what I suggest you is, keep an eye on current affairs and whatever personalities or anniversaries that appear in the news, try to link it to the static things, okay. Try to brainstorm. Just give 5 minutes to it. That will do a great job, okay. So that is one thing. And today we will understand this process, what the question demands, how to frame the answer, how to write it into a beautiful answer. We will try to understand that aspect and not directly jump into any topic. First we will try to understand the question, okay. And then see, the step 4 and step 5, it is always about having some historical quotes ready, some historian's point of view. So what does V.D. Mahajan have to say? What does Bipin Chandra have got to say about a particular event? What does Will Durant has to say about a particular event? So this is something which you might not possess, and I will give it to you during these classes. So you need to have some historian's point of view, just to show, just to get that 0.5 marks extra from your competitors. One additional point, one additional dimension which you need to include in your answer. And after that, I will also try to provide you a quick revision table. At the end of every class, we will try to have one quick revision table. If you just revise the table multiple points, you can easily remember what all we discussed that day. That is also one intent of the class. And then I will also tell you how to interlink this topic. I mean, if it is possible, how to interlink this topic with GS 2, 3, wherever it is applicable. Just like I told you, no, when you get a point, you should try to think where all I can use this potentially. That is one talking angle. And then I will give you certain content, certain pointers. So every specific question will not have different points, as I told you. So whatever points we have, we will try to use it in different ways, multi-use content, okay. And then I will also give you the expected questions, just like I told you, extremicity is expected. There are certain questions which are expected. I will give you the expected questions, and we will try to write the answer for those expected questions. Understood? And lastly, PYQ with patterns, which I have already given it to you. So going forward, we will have more such PYQs with pattern analysis, okay. So these are the important things, and as I told you, we will try to link it with other different subjects. History and essay you can easily use. In essay, obviously you have to give historical examples, and the link is ready-made, it is already available. And similarly for ethics also, you can talk about Rani Lakshmibai, the courage, the leadership angle. You can talk about Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the integrity angle. Understood? So you can talk about, like, what do you say, Subhash Chandra Bose, the fortitude angle, not giving up despite adversities. Understood? So that is one angle which you can learn. And again, how all those important personalities' thoughts that transformed into our constitution, they contributed to our nation building. So that we can see in GS2. For example, in DPSP, you have a Gandhian principles, you have socialistic principles. So obviously the thoughts of these important personalities had a bearing on our constitution. So some provisions are inspired by the thought process. So we'll try to understand that as well. Okay, as and where it is required, we'll try to understand. Every topic does not have that. Okay, so it is not like one size fits all thing. So let's keep it flexible. And ultimate intent is it should help your execution in the examination hall on the D-Day. That is our purpose. Not to deal with only PYQs, but to deal with FYQs. Remember this. This is the ultimate purpose. PYQ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡೆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಪರ್ಪಸ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? PYQ ಎನಿಬಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್, ಎನಿ ಟಾಮ್ ಡಿಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾರಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ದಟ್. ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ತಗೊಂಡು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದೇನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಷಯನ ಅದು? ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್. FYQs. Okay, so now shall we start? No. So now I'll be writing some questions on the board. I want you to identify the keywords in those questions. Okay, I like the simple ones so that ನನ್ನ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತ. Okay, so how far was the industrial revolution in England responsible for decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India? So I want you to identify the keywords in this question. Have a look at the question calmly. Don't be in a hurry. This is not Tattanta Heli. Okay. So whoever answers it first will not be rewarded. So now say industrial revolution in England. So this is one keyword. And then decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India. So this is the second keyword. Okay, two important keywords, 1 and 2 we have identified. So there is something called as directives. There is something called as directives. The examiner wants you to answer the question in a particular direction. Examiner wants you to think in a particular direction. So that he will indicate to you through the directives. So here the directive is how far. Okay, means to what extent. How far means to what extent. So that is the directive here. How far. Okay, so now we'll take one more question. One more question. Try to identify. So firstly, Role of moderates. Okay. Base for the wider freedom movement. Okay, we identified two keywords. So, what is the directive here? To what extent? Now, let us move on to the next question. Next question. What are the keywords? What are the keywords? National movement, 1920s. Decade ಅಥವಾ decade ಬೇಕಾ? Since the later ideological stance. Various needed. ಬೇಡ. Ideological stance. Social base. 1920s. Okay. So, what is the directive here? Discuss. See, so far we saw three different directives. How far, to what extent, discuss. Now, I will show you one more directive. Show you one more directive. Okay. So, very difficult question. So, what are the keywords? Events that led to Quit India movement. Results. So, what are the directives? What? And then point out. Okay. Now, we will see one more question. One more question. Wait. Question odi first. Read the question first. Pay attention. Don't be in hurry. Okay, now keywords. Sudden ಹಾಕೋಬೇಕಾ? Pertinent famines. Okay. And then mid 18th century, reasons. What are the directives? Why? And then give. ಆಮೇಲೆ take. Okay. See, now what we will do, we will try to understand what are the different types of directives, because directives will decide the structure of the answer. See, broadly we say there is introduction, body and conclusion. Introduction and body, it will be almost fixed, but for introduction and conclusion will be almost fixed. But whatever we write in body, it will differ as per the directives. So this body is dependent on two things. One is keywords, another one is directives. Body depends on these two things. Okay. So now what we will do, we will try to understand the types of directives. Some of us might be knowing it because we have done this during our OGP classes as well. Some of you might not remember this, so consider it as a revision, a brush up, and try to remember this, because going forward this is going to be very important. It's better to add relatable quote in the introduction or conclusion, which makes more sense. You can add if you have one, not an issue. But that depends on the nature of the quote that you have. If the quote that you have, if it is defining the nature or the features of the movement, let's say for example, there is one question about Quit India movement which we just saw. So some historians, they consider the Quit India movement as a spontaneous movement. Okay, that defines the nature of the movement. Spontaneously, 8th August 1942, Gandhi gave call for quit India movement. By 9th August, entire India was on the street protesting against the British. Spontaneous movement. So here, adding that quote in the introduction will not make much sense. So, since this quote defines the nature of the movement, what kind of movement it was, better if it is included in the conclusion. So, that depends on what kind of quote you have. So, there is no one size fits all rule here. So, depending on the nature of the quote that you possess, you can decide using your common sense on where to fit it. Whether it is in the body, whether to fit it in the body or in the introduction or conclusion, that depends. But apart from quote, what we can do, that we will discuss. Okay. Because not many of us are equipped with lot of quotes. So, with whatever content we have and whatever content we are going to learn, we will try to build a good answer. Okay. So, did you understand this? Now memorize this. Memorize this. Especially these two are the recent innovations, because it is disguised as the simple directive. Because there is what here, because there is how here. What and how, they are simple. Here there is give or state your reasons. Your reason, there also. Understood? So, initially it was all considered as simple, but UPSC made an innovation. They tried to improvise, and nowadays what happens? The moment the aspirant sees what, how, they think it is simple. They give unidimensional answer for that, one dimension. Okay. So, what is the difference between these two these two directives is that whenever you encounter a simple directive, you will not think about positives and negatives, pros and cons, for and against. You will not try to give two different types of arguments for this. Okay. You are not going deeper into the analysis. So, whatever the question is asking, simple, straightforward answer is the demand of the question. They are not explicitly demanding any analysis from you. You don't have to give the positives and negatives. You don't have to, there is no need of positives and negatives. You don't have to write to and against the argument, sorry, for and against the argument. That is not actually needed. Okay, simple, straightforward answer. Schoolish kind of an answer. In school, whatever question they ask, you just try to address it, that's all. Schoolish kind of answer is what is expected there. But whenever these complex directives are used, you need to talk about the positives and negatives of it. Okay, for and against, pros and cons. You have to give out different dimensions. This is unidimensional, that is multi-dimensional. Understood? So, that is the reason I told the structure of the answer differs based on the directive that is used. If the directive is a simple directive, simple straightforward answer, nothing much varies. If the directive is a complex directive, you have to make certain modifications to fit in the demand of the examiner. Understood? So, now let us say we will look back at the same questions, whatever we saw now. See, we will try to understand the difference. See, here the question is asking why there was a sudden spurt in famines. So, it is a simple directive. We just have to give the reasons. Give the reasons. Reason for the spurt in famines. You have to just give the reasons, because it is also saying, see, these are correlative. Why means answer will be the reasons only, no. So, some people, some brainy people, you thought there are two different keywords in this. Imagine, even if this part is not there, does it make any difference to the demand of the question? But some of you understood. So that is the reason I told, have patience, understand the question, then identify the keywords and the directives. Artha aita? Now also the question has the same thing. The demand is same, the meaning is same. Understood? Give reasons and the ಕೊಟ್ಟತಕ್ಷಣ ಏನು change ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. Because whenever they ask why, what will you do? You have to talk about the reasons or the causes of it. So it doesn't make any difference. Sarina? So the answer is going to be straightforward here. No much change in the structure. Again, here, what were the events that led to Quit India movement? So you are just going to list down the causes: failure of Cripps mission, so demand by the masses, so racial discrimination by the British, severe inflation, so dissatisfaction of the nationalists. We'll write about all these things. Straightforward, we'll write. So no much change to it. But look at this question. They are asking about discuss. So here, what is the question asking? See, there are certain ideas, certain ideologies which led to increase in the social base of the national movement. Correct? No? In the context of 1920s, there are certain ideologies which led to increase in the social base of the national movement. Okay? Lots number of people from different sections of society came into the national movement during 1920s because of certain ideas or ideologies. So that is the question. That is the question. And now they are asking discuss. Now they are asking discuss. So the first thing, we will try to address this part. Which ideologies? For example, Satyagraha of Gandhi. So what did it do? It brought even children, women to participate in the national movement. Correct? No? So that is one angle. So since it is asking discuss, you are writing the positives here. You are talking about those ideas which increase the base of the national movement. So that is one part of the answer. What is the question asking? Discuss. Whenever there is discuss, you have to talk about the positives and negatives. Thinking point. See, this is all positives. Some ideologies which contributed to expansion of social base. At the same time, there are some ideologies which contributed to thinking of the social base. For example, communalism. Correct? No? So Hindu-Muslim divide. Muslims remained away from the national movement. Okay? So you can also talk about separate electorates for the depressed classes. It was introduced in 1932. Communal award. So that was with the deliberate intent to keep the depressed classes away from the national movement. Understood? So you have to think from both the angles. Because why? Discuss. Most of you will write this, but some of you will write this also. If you just write this, you are not doing justice to the demand of the question. And at the same time, if you are mixing both of it, structure wise you are doing a blunder. Understood? It is all needed. You have to write all these things. But if you mix it, no, some positives, some negatives, it is not going to help to score good marks. Understood? So now, similarly, in this question, role of moderates in expanding the, in preparing the base for the freedom struggle. So what is the directive? To what extent? So by default, the question is asking the role of moderates in expanding the freedom movement, in widening the freedom movement. See, widening the freedom movement. So the demand of the question, it is already positive. Okay? So by default, you will be writing the positive things. Role of moderates in widening the freedom movement. So you will talk about their press, you will talk about their like legislative reforms, administrative reforms, all these things you will talk. And since the question directive, what is the directive here? Simple or complex? complex. So if you just look at what, it looks simple. But if you look at the holistic picture, it is complex. So if you just write this, will it suffice? No. Understood? So these are the positive things. Positive way in which moderates contributed to expansion of the freedom movement. At the same time, there are certain limitations. They overused English, they only advocated the reforms, they did not talk about Swaraj, they did not associate the masses. Understood? They believed in the British. Like that, there are certain limitations of moderates. So that is also inherent in the demand of the question. They are not directly asking you write about the limitations of moderates and all. In this directive, they are indirectly asking you what they need in your answer. Certain demands are implicit, certain demands are explicit. For example, in this question, the demands are explicit because the directive is simple. But in this question, the demands are implicit. Understood? So now they have not directly asked you. Along with that, give us the list of those ideas which led to shrinking of the. Understood? They have not directly asked that. Similarly, here also, they have not asked. Along with the list of the positives, give us the list of those negatives which led to shrinking of the freedom base. Why moderates were not successful? They are not asking. So, but it is understood. It is implicit. So, whenever you encounter a complex directive, you should start thinking in different ways. You need to organize both type of thoughts, positives as well as the limitations. Understood? And you have to identify what is the nature of the question. See, we saw here the nature of the question is positive. Here also we saw the nature of the question is positive. Ideology is expansion of freedom base. Expansion means increase. The nature of the question is positive. Okay. So positive is already accounted. When we answer this question, we are already writing the positives when we are addressing this keyword. What is implicit and missing? Negatives. What led to shrinking of the base? That is what is not directly asked. So your duty is to understand these inherent demands of the question, the implicit demands of the question, and try to address it. So this is the difference between a person who gets all India rank and a person who is not able to get through the list. This is the difference. So if you understand the demand of the question, you will be in a better position to answer it in a good way. If you don't understand it, you will be beating around the bush and you will not be able to fulfill the demands of the examiner. See, obviously examiner is also a human being. Imagine he is evaluating a series of papers. There was your paper, you just wrote down these positive things, you missed out on the negative things. There is one more aspirant who has written both of it. So when he compares your answer script with his answer script is more enriched and it has more dimensions and more points. So obviously he will be impressed with that person's answer script. Who will end up getting more marks? Understood? In competitive examination, that is what makes the difference. So your line of thinking should be appropriate. Okay. So now, having said this, from now on, whatever question that comes to, that will try to answer, I want you to first identify the directives as well as keywords, because these two will decide the body of our answer, and these two will help us to understand the demand of the question, both implicit and explicit demands. Understood? So without understanding this, we will not proceed forward to answering any question. So take your time. The moment you look at the question, do not jump into answering. Understood? So take your time, understand the structure. So do this, step 1, step 2, and I also want you to do the step 3. So what is step 3? I will introduce you to step 3. Step 1 and 2 understood now? Identifying the keywords, identify the directives. Now let us understand what is step 3. Step 3 is very simple. See, we have to organically grow. Onde sari question koಟ್ಟು answer ಬರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನನಗೂ ಏನು ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮಗೂ ಏನು ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. You should first learn how to understand the question, because examiner will communicate you through the question paper and you will communicate to the examiner with your answers. That is the only way the communication happens, no? You will not be able to sit beside the examiner and explaining your line of thinking line, sir, nan ee tara ankandidde. You don't have that opportunity, correct? No. So whatever you have to communicate, it should be appropriate and it should be presented well in the exam, I mean in the answer script. So understanding the question is very important. That is the first and the foremost thing which you need to do while preparing for mains. Okay. So step 3 is very simple. I call it as the planning stage. Planning. So what is planning? See, one, you already know, introduction, body, conclusion. IBC will already be there. We will go into introduction, but with regard to body, you have to prepare the framework or the skeleton now. So what is the skeleton that is required? Now, see, since the decade of 1920s, various ideological strands contributed to the expansion of the social base. Discuss. Now, you have identified 2 important keywords in this. What is that? What is that? Various ideological strands. So this is one ideological strands that contributed to the expansion of the social base. So this is in the body, this is your first subheading. Ideologies that contributed to the expansion of the social base. This is the first thing. So since there is discuss, what will be your second thing? Ideologies that negatively affected the social base. So this is the positive point. At the same time, you have to talk about the negative points. So you can say the ideologies that led to shrinking of the social base, or ideologies that negatively impacted, or the ideologies that affected. So this will also be there. Understood? So introduction, in the body, 2 different subheadings will be there. Okay? And now we'll do this to every question. So in this question, step 3, the plan. What will be there in the body? Role of moderates. First we'll write all the positive things about moderates, how they contributed to increase in the freedom struggle. Lastly, what we'll write? Limitations. Because what is the directive in the question? To what extent? This is a complex directive. So we need to talk in 2 different angles. Understood? So we have to plan. There will be introduction, there will be conclusion, that is definite, but body, how many parts will be there? What will be the subheadings in the body? And whatever keywords you identify, no, that will be the subheadings in the body. Whatever keywords we identify in the question, that is going to be the subheading in the body. Understood? So we will not write different set of keywords in the subheadings. Whatever is given in the question, the same words we will try to rephrase and use it in the body, in the subheadings. Okay? Here see, role of moderates, we will use the role of moderates only. We will not write contribution of moderates, we will not write achievements of moderates. Understood? So we will write role of moderates only. Whatever is given in the question, it is a subconscious communication with the examiner. Sir, I understood your demand. ನೀವೇನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ, ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. Fine. So in this question, body, planning, what will you write in the body? Industrial revolution, decline of handicrafts. See the question, it is asking for negative things. Industrial revolution leading to decline in handicrafts and cottage industries in India. So the tone of the question is negative. Correct alva? Now what should be your other argument? Positive. Artha aita? Tone is negative. So since the question is asking how far, it is a complex directive, so that should bring another dimension, that is positive. How industrial revolution contributed to some positives in India. For example, railways, urbanization, modern industries came to India. So all these things. Artha aita? So, did you understand? So firstly, we will write about how industrial revolution led to decline in handicrafts. At the same time, we will also write how industrial revolution contributed to some positives in India. Again, the keywords will be mostly based on, the subheadings will be based on the keywords given in the question itself. So always write it down explicitly. The subheadings will be the keywords that you identify in the question. So this is one rule which you are not going to break. Artha aita? You should follow this rule all the time. You might be a very well learned person, you might be a historian, you might have studied MA or PhD in history, but this rule applies to all of you. Don't change this. See, academic evaluation is different, UPS evaluation is different. So stick to this. This is a subconscious communication with the examiner. Guru, I have understood the demand of the question, so barita idin nodko illi. That's all. The moment you look at these keywords, you will understand, okay, you have understood the demand of the question. That will create a positive vibe in his mind about your answering approach. So that will make your answer more readable. Understood? So this is something which you have to follow. So this is step 3, planning your body. So try to understand the skeleton of the answer. Now there is something called as step 4. Step 4. See, you all know, we have already discussed about the body. Now what is remaining? Introduction and conclusion. See, in history, I will give you something called as cause effect relationship. Cause effect relationship. Introduction should talk about the cause, conclusion should talk about the effect. Introduction, cause, conclusion, effect. Write it. Introduction should talk about the cause, conclusion should talk about the effect. What is this cause effect relationship? We will understand. So far, whatever we discussed, is it clear? Artha aita? No, yerma. ಮುಂದೆ ಕೇಳಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು. ಸಬ್ ಹೆಡಿಂಗ್ ಏನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಹೂನಪ್ಪ. ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆನ್, ಇವಾಗ if there is modern industries, is this industry or what? If there is rise of modern industries, is it industry or what? Industry. So that is one thing. To work in industries, there will be labors. Correct, no? Usually where the industries will be set up? Yerma. Where was the industrial cluster during the British time? Port areas mainly, and most of these port areas were connected, so most probably it was urban areas. So when lot of people came from rural area to urban area, what does it lead to? Urbanization. Artha aitanappa? So they are not unrelated things. They are related, and it is due to the effect of industrial revolution only all these things happened. We are not talking about some unrelated things, we are talking about exactly the related things only, but it is implicit. It is implicit. It is about how you link to the demand of the question. We are not writing some far-fetched things. We are writing something immediately linked to it. We are not writing because of this there was a industrial policy in 1950, or because of this there was MRTP Act after independence. We are not writing that. We are writing something that happened immediately after this. In the beginning of 19th century, there was complete decline. In the mid of 19th century, there was rise of modern industries in India. Some cotton industries came up in Bombay cluster, which later got spread to Ahmedabad cluster and many other areas. So that is what we are writing. It is not completely unrelated. It is related only. It is implicit. So that's what I told. Not everything will be direct and visible. You have to deduce the points, for which you need real-time thinking, and that's why I told, whenever you read 1854 railways was introduced in India, you also need to link it to economic exploitation. You also need to link it to the revolt of 1857. You also need to link it to nationalism. Understood? When Gandhi came to India, he travelled all throughout India using railways. During the revolt of 1857, one important reason Britishers were able to dominate was because they were able to transport the soldiers from one place to another place easily using railways. Understood? One element railway, one point railway, but different dimensions and applications. So likewise, here the industrial revolution, it's true, it led to the decline, but at the same time, that also led to, see, whatever we had was traditional industries. There was no concept of modern industries in India. So when the traditional industries got destroyed, that created the fertile ground for the rise of the modern industries. Adu neen baribekagi. Artha aita? Nanenu ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ? Cause effect. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲ, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಅಂತ. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಇನ್ನೂ ಇದೇನಾ ಡೌಟ್ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಇದ್ರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ. ಓಕೆ. ಈಗ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ರಿಲೇಶನ್ಶಿಪ್? It is very simple. Let's say we'll go to this question. In introduction, you have to write about the cause or the definition. Cause or definition. So in this question there is moderates. What might be the reasons for the rise of moderates? What might be the reason for the rise of moderates? Education, spread of modern education, and then nationalist awareness, formation of INC. Cause. See, what is the ultimate keyword in this question? Moderates. The question is based upon the contribution of moderates in spreading the national movement. So moderates, either you have to write the definition of moderates. Moderates are the early band of leaders who dominated the national movement for the initial 20 years of formation of INC. So and so were the important moderate leaders, that you can write, or you can write the causes for the rise of moderates. Spread of modern education, spread of the nationalist ideals, awareness about economic exploitation. So all these things contributed to the rise of moderates. So and so were the important moderate leaders. What is the effect? See, moderates came. So because of moderates, what happened? What was the qualitative impact of moderates on the national movement? That will write in the body itself. See, if you repeat whatever you write in body, if you write 2 points, I mean 1 point, twice or thrice, you will not get 2 or 3 marks. In fact, when you repeat something again and again, that will give a negative impression about you to the examiner. They think you lack content, therefore you are repeating yourself. ಈಗ ನಾನು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ 50 ಸರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ? ಅದೇನಂದರೆ maybe he is lacking content. Correct alva? So that is what the similar kind of feeling examiner will get about your answer script also. You lack content, therefore you are repeating yourself on that. So legislative reforms, you will definitely write it in the body itself. Emergence of extremists. Understood? Whatever the theory of economic exploitation, the theory of drain of wealth, economic exploitation that moderates gave, that was taken to the next level by extremists. Understood? So extremists expose the various forms of exploitation, moderates expose the various forms of exploitation through their literary work, through their demands, through their prayers, petitions, etc. But it was extremists who took it to the next level, who took it to the masses and spread the national movement wide across the nation. Extremists gave the theory, moderates gave the theory, extremists implemented it into action. Moderates told Britishers have exploited us economically, theory of drain of wealth. Extremists, economic nationalism, boycott the British goods, promote the Swadeshi goods. Understood? Theory, practicals. So that is what you need to write in the conclusion. Cause will be the introduction, cause or definition, conclusion, effect. Now, in a similar way, now they are asking about the results. Explicitly, there is a part in the question which is asking about the outcomes of it. So, what will you write now? Question alle outcome kelta iddarappa, effect kelta idare, question alle effect kelta idare. So the demand for the effect or the outcome is implicit in the question itself. In that case, how will you conclude? Success, impact. See, I will suggest you one simple way. Listen. Now, just list down the points. For example, what were the results? So, the first thing, rise of nationalism among the troops, and it was a spontaneous movement, and every section of Indian society participated. There was formation of parallel governments in different parts of the country. So, you will write all these 4 or 5 points you will write. So, among these 4 or 5 points, which one do you think is very effective? Parallel government. Understood? So, do not write it in the outcomes. I mean, do not write it under the results. Write it as the conclusion. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತೇನಪ್ಪ? ಸೊ ಒಂದು 5 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ 4 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬರೀರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ. Because conclusion again you have to write about the effects. No, if you repeat yourself, it will be negative. So if you are able to list down 4 or 5 results, write 4 under the results subheading, keep 1 pending and use it as the conclusion. Just use your mind, that's all. Do not repeat yourself. That is the intent. And now, what will you write here? See, what you have to write is, there is a historian called as William Dilby or Charles Dilby. He has given an approximate amount of people who died due to famine in India during the colonial rule. It is there in NCERT. That you can include in the answer. Understood? Now, what is the effect of famine? Deaths, devastation, destruction, sufferings. So, you are just quantifying it. You are giving a number. These many people died. Okay? I can't remember the exact name of the person. Dilby, second name is perfect. But Williams or Charles, I am little confused. Find out. Okay? He gives the number 2.8 crore people died in India due to famines during the British rule. And he will give an account of around 77 famines that occurred in India during the British rule. Understood? See, these numbers, they matter a lot. Understood? Now, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So keep it with you. Understood? So, effect. What was the effect of famines? Deaths, devastation, destruction. We are just quantifying it using the statement of Dilby. So and so many people died during across these many famines. Okay, that is one thing. And okay, we will take up all the questions anyhow, not an issue. So now, are we good? Did you understand what I tried to explain? All 4 steps, are you able to understand? Now I will give you 2 minutes of time, go through whatever you have written, whatever we explained, whatever we understood, and if you have any doubts, please ask. How many of you are part of GS 2 and 3 also? Very good. I appreciate your dedication. Yesterday your classes got over and today you are again sitting in the class. I appreciate it. And don't worry, I won't keep it boring and unidimensional kind of thing. Okay, and it won't be heavy also. So not more than 6 hours. I'll not extend it beyond like 7 hours, 8 hours and all. So you'll have plenty of time for revision. So I've planned it in a simple way. The classes will be from 2 to 8:30. So before the class you can revise effectively. Okay. And during the class we'll take 2 breaks. 2 to 4 we'll take 1 session. And from 15 minutes break, then we'll take 1 more session, 2 hours. We'll take 1 more break and we'll conclude. We'll keep it very simple. I don't want to burden you because learning will be of no use if you are not able to retain it and recollect it when it is needed. So, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕೇಳದಂಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ that's the most dangerous state of mind because you will not be able to give up on that question also, you will not be able to do justice to the question also. That will be the most dangerous state of mind. So, we learn it effectively. So, even if it get extended by 1 day, I don't think you will be having a serious problem with that. So, ನಾನು 3 ದಿವಸ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರಪ್ಪ, 4ನೇ ದಿವಸ ನಾನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೇನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? Go through it. Really? Quote based introductions. For that you need to know the quotes. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗೂ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಕೋಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನೆಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹುಡುಕ. For the handouts posted in your groups, ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? ನೋಡ್ರ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ಏನು ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ತೆಗಿದೇ ಇರೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹುಡುಗರು ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರ ಆಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? PYQ ಸಾ? PYQ ಮಾಡಿದಾರ? ಅದೊಂದೇನಾ? ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಯಾವುದೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ? PYQ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ. ನಿನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟೈತೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಏಯ್ ನಾನು ಹೆಂಗೋ ರೂಲ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ, 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಗೆ 10 ಬರೀಬೇಕು, 12 ಇದ್ರೆ 2 ಬಚ್ಚಿಕ್ಕೋ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಂಗಾಗಲ್ಲ ಕಣಪ್ಪ. ಯು ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಫೈ ದ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ರೈಟ್. 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರೀಬೇಕು, 12, 15ಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರೀಬೇಕು, ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬರೀಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇವಾಗ ನಿನ್ಗೆ 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ನಿನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ 2 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಪ್ಪ? 2 ಬರೋದು ಇನ್ನು 3 ನೀನು ಕಚ್ತೀಯ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಿನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬರೀ, ಯಾಕೆ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊತೀಯ? ಇವಾಗ 5 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ವಾಪಸ್ ತಗೊಂಬಂದೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಳಪ್ಪ, ಇವಾಗ 15 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ನೀನು ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ ಒಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಗೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಬರೀ 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, 5 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ವಾಪಸ್ ತಗೊಂಬತ್ತೀಯಾ? ಬರೀತೀಯ ತಾನೆ? ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ 10 ಬರೀಬೇಕು, ಇನ್ನು 5 ನಾನು ತಗೊಂಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಏನು ಉಪಯೋಗ? ಅದೇ ಕಲೆ, ನೀವೇನೇ ಬರೋದ್ರು ವರ್ಡ್ ಲಿಮಿಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಅದು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡಕ್ಕ, ನಾನು ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ವರ್ಡ್ ಲಿಮಿಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆಯೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನರು ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಕುಂತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಡ್ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ, ಸರಿನಾ? 150 ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 170 ಬರೆದ್ರು ಅವ್ರು ಓಕೆ, 135 ಬರೆದ್ರು ಅವ್ರು ಓಕೆ, ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ? ಹೌದಾ, ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು? ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಕೆ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಇರಬಹುದು, ಸರಿನಾ? ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂಲ್ ಕಾಯಿನ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ಇರಬಹುದು. ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇವರೇ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬರೆದು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರೆದಿರಬಹುದು, ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಇರಬಹುದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಇರಬಹುದು 1000 ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಒಬ್ಬ ಇರೋ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ ಇರೋ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದ, ಅವನಿಗೂ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಅವನು ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೇನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇರಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು, ಅದಾಗಿದೆ. He had lot of points for the previous question. He did not have any content for the next question. So what he did is scratched off that next question and continued the answer of the previous question. He just wanted that 1 mark instead of 0. He wanted 1 mark. So he continued the answer of the previous question. So he got -30. That is the only blunder he did. That is the only blunder he did. So I know whichever marks card Ashish sir might have shown you, maybe of that story only. ಅಥವಾ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಪರ್ಪಸ್ಫುಲಿ ಯು ಮೈಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಫಿಲ್ಡ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನ್ಸ್, ಆರ್ ಯು ಮೈಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಓಂ ಸಾಯಿರಾಮ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗ್. ಹೂ ನೋಸ್? ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್? ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಮಾಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಸಸ್. ನೋ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದೇರ್. ಸೊ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಇರಬಹುದು. ಯು ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಸೇ ದಟ್. ಸಿ, ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನರ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಜಾಬ್ಲೆಸ್. ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಲೈನು ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಡ್ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಪುರ್ಸೊತ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗಿರಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಲುಕ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಂಗೆ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೇಪರ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗದಿನ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೇಪರ್ದು ಫಸ್ಟು ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅವ್ರು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನರು. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ದಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡೆಡ್ ದ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ದೇ ರಿಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಕೇಸ್, ಸರಿನಾ? ಸೊ ತೀರಾದಷ್ಟು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಬೇಡಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಾ? ಅವ್ರ ಮನ್ ಕಿ ಬಾತ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಧ್ವನಿ ಆದ್ರಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸೆನ್ಸು ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಷ್ಟ. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ 4 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಾನು ವಾಪಸ್ ತರಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಬರೀಬೇಕು. 20 ವರ್ಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಡ್ ಆದರೂ ನಾನು ಬರೀತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾಳೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಟಾಪರ್ ಅವನು 170, 180 ವರ್ಡೇ ಬರೋದು 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗೆ, ನನಗಿಂತ 3 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ 1.5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ನನಗೆ 1.5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ 20 ವರ್ಡ್ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೋಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲ್ಸಗೆಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನರ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ಬರೀತೀನಿ. ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಪಸ್ ತಗೊಂಬಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಐ ನ್ಯೂ ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಬಟ್ ಐ ಡಿಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ರೈಟ್ ದಿಸ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ನಾನು ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಸರ್ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು ಬಟ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ರಿವಾರ್ಡೆಡ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಆನ್ ದಟ್ ಪೇಪರ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? So you are not scratching off the upcoming question and writing, continuing the answer of the previous question. As long as that is not done, I don't think it is a serious mistake. Artha aita? If you are thinking about the negative marking, there are hundreds of ways to get the negative marking, and the least probable one is you exceeded the word limit. Because to understand whether you exceeded the word limit or not, examiner has to count. And I don't think he is jobless enough to count the number of words and then evaluate your paper. ಸರಿನಾ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಏನಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? You exceeding the number of words should be evidently visible. How it is that possible? So you are writing in very small font size. If you are writing in very small font size, then it is evident. Apart from that, it is not at all evident. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತೇನಪ್ಪ? ನೀವು ಫಾಂಟ್ ಸೈಜು 11 ಬರೆಯೋದ್ರ ಬದಲು 5, 6 ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ಲೈನ್ ಬರೆಯೋ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಲೈನ್ ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಟ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎವಿಡೆಂಟ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ವಿಸಿಬಲ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ಆಸ್ ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಯು, ರಿಲೈ ಆನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬಬಲ್ ಕೇಸ್. ಹಿ ಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ then reducing some marks. I don't think it will happen. So now shall we get into the topic? So I will take up a very simple topic now. Very simple topic. Early nationals. First we will discuss moderates, then we will discuss extremists, and after that we will take up the topic of economic exploitation. And after economic exploitation we will end today's class. Tomorrow we will take up 18th century Gandhian movement. Okay, 18th century Gandhian movement, and 18th century is going to be a very small topic, so there is nothing much to worry about it. So 18th century Gandhian movement, and then 1940s and the global impact on the Indian national movement. There are some things like that. And in the last class we are going to discuss about socio-religious reform movements, peasant and tribal revolts, the revolt of 1857. Shall we take it up today only? Simplest thing to start. Okay. And then there are certain topics in post-independence and world history. So I have done the similar kind of analysis with regard to post-independence and world history also. So we know which areas are asked, which topics are pending. So we will prepare for that as well. So we will prepare for every possibility. See, in world history there are a lot of things that are pending. So UPSC has entirely not asked about Italian and German unification. They have completely not talked about the Cold War politics, except for the Suez Canal crisis. They have not asked anything about the Cold War crisis, the fall of USSR, all these things they have not asked. They have not talked about the apartheid in South Africa. Understood? So there are a lot of things which can be asked in world history, and they have not talked about the Napoleonic era, Napoleon's wars, the rise of Napoleon, the policies of Napoleon. They have not talked about the Vienna Convention and all. So there are a lot of things which are pending. So I don't think UPSC will be repeating itself with regard to world history. There are a lot of things that can be asked. So we will mainly focus on whatever that was asked. We will again try to gather some multi-use content. We will try to brainstorm and try to write answers. Okay. So post-independence, two topics they have asked again and again. One is integration of princely states. Second one is state reorganizations. So starting from the first SRC, JVP committee, second SRC, all these things. So we will try to, that is what has been asked multiple times. And there is one question on integration of tribals. There was one question, and there were some, in the early years of question paper, no, they asked 3-4 questions like Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, the significance of that statement. So after that, no such questions has been asked. And this year I think emergency holds a lot of importance. So the 50th year, all those things are there, and more importantly, I think they might ask about the socialistic influence on the post-independence policy making. So socialism after 1920s, it has been a predominant ideology in Indian national movement. So even after independence, socialism dominated the policy making in India. So that is one area which can be explored by the examiner. And they can also ask about the environmental movements in India in the post-independence times. Environmental movements. So if examiner seriously takes up the Great Nicobar project or the Aravallis issue or Chhattisgarh, which area is that? Asdio issue, If they take up all these things, they might ask about the post-independence environment movements. Chipko and a lot of like movements are there. Silent Valley, Chipko, all these things, Narmada Bachao and all. So that is one area which can be asked. And even if that is not asked, not an issue, you can use these environmental movements as examples or case studies in your essay. But anyway, you have to bring the environmental angle there also, no? So you can use it in your essays, not an issue. Okay. So we'll try to cover it holistically, and there will be certain topics which does not deserve a lot of explanation and all. So I'll limit it to handouts. You just have to read it. And handouts, as I told you, it is completely filtered. There will be only keywords, kind of a thing. So it won't be like very big paragraphs where you have to like filter it again, make a list of keywords, put in a lot of efforts, nothing like that. It will be very simple in nature, 1 or 2 pages, not more than that. So that will be more than enough. Okay. So you don't have to worry. So now we'll start with one simple topic, that is the, what's the time? Okay, we'll take one break now before we start. So after the break, we'll start with economic exploitation only, because 4 to 5 questions we can answer from that. Okay. After that, early nationalist. So 2 topics we'll cover. We'll end today's session. Okay. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ? ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಜೋಶ್ ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದಿದ್ಯಾ? ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಟೇಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೇಕ್, ನಾಟ್ ಅನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ. See, you all know that there was we are talking about economic exploitation. Okay, you all know that there was the Battle of Buxar, where the triple combined army of the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam, Mir Qasim, the Nawab of Bengal, and Sujawuddawla, the Nawab of Awadh, they fought against East India Company, and East India Company won the war. Okay, and after the war, as per the Treaty of Allahabad, Shah Alam gave Diwani rights to British East India Company. So don't worry, this will be shared with you. Okay? If possible, write it down, or else this will be shared. And what is Diwani rights? Revenue administration. Revenue administration of which areas? Not entire India. Bihar, Bengal and Orissa region. Put together, back then it was under the administration of the Nawab of Bengal. He ruled over all these three areas. And whichever areas Britishers got control of, they introduced something called as land revenue policies. Okay. So initially they started with 5-year settlement or something called as quinquennial settlement policy. Later they came up with permanent settlement, and then Rayatwari, and then Mahalwari. These are the different types of land revenue policies which they introduced. And if you are looking at the features of the land revenue policies, you can say that it was cash only, so they did not accept kind. Earlier, if you are not able to cash, you can pay whatever you cultivated, the crop itself as the revenue. But now that was not allowed, cash only. And in order to get the cash, that will make you dependent on the intermediaries. That will push you towards the intermediaries, like merchants, traders, etc. Okay, and then Britishers demanded very high rate of revenues. Sometimes it went up to 2/3 of the produce, 2/3, 66%. And there was some sunset clause. If you failed to pay the revenue, then they are going to confiscate your land. Imagine today is the deadline day. Before sunset of today, if you are unable to pay the revenue, they are going to confiscate your land. This is called as sunset clause. With the sunset, you are also going to lose the ownership over your land. Sunset clause. And then whenever there was a crop loss due to drought or flood or any other reason, there was no exemption. You had to pay the tax irrespective of whether you cultivated the crop or not. It's like a rent. Whether you stayed in your rented home or not, you have to pay the rent towards the end of the month, right? Like that. So you have to pay the rent or revenue irrespective of whether you were able to cultivate the crop or not. And then, so there was minimal investment on agricultural infrastructure. Minimal investment on agricultural infrastructure, because all these land revenue policies, they were mainly intended upon resource extraction. The main intent of all these policies were resource extraction. Extract as much as resource as possible, because see, that is in the nature of the East India Company itself. British East India Company, it was a private trading company. For any private company, what is the ultimate objective? Profits. So how to get more profits? By getting or collecting how much ever revenue as possible. More revenue collect, more will be your profit. So that was the intent. Okay. So these are the most important features, common features of land revenue policies. So irrespective of whether it is zamindari or rayatwari, these are the features. This is something which is commonly applicable across the land revenue policies, and this is something which you have to remember for a long period of time. Okay. So this is one thing. And then with regard to Indian context, in India, like we'll see what was the situation in India, and we'll see situation after industrial revolution in England. So we will try to comparatively analyze this. So you are not supposed to write it in the examination, this is only meant for your understanding. Okay, don't write it in the examination, it will look too kiddish or childish or naive. So this is just for our understanding. Okay, so see now in India predominantly what we had was the cottage or handicrafts or village based industries, small scale industries, predominantly the small scale industries, and these industries were not mechanized. Okay, there was no mechanization, it was mainly the labor intensive industries, it was mainly labor intensive. There was no, or you can say lack of mechanization, and we can also say whenever the human labors are employed, that will increase the cost of manufacturing. Okay, the cost of manufacturing was high because you have to pay the wages, and whenever the human labors are employed, the efficiency of the production will be low because humans, let's say for example today what is the working hours? 8 to 9 hours. So that is the duration for which we can work with more efficiency. After 8 to 9 hours our efficiency will decrease, and even in this 8 to 9 hours first hour we will spend it on conditioning. Class ಗೆ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಟುವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ದ ಎಂಡ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಮುಗಿಯುತ್ತೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Before and after lunch also the same mindset. So human efficiency varies. Monday less efficiency ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕಂತಾನೆ ಇರಲ್ಲ. Tuesdays, Wednesdays fine. Thursday will be spending it thinking about Friday, and Friday ಯಾವಾಗ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವೋ ಇನ್ನು 2 ದಿವಸ ಮಜಾ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. So that is how the efficiency varies. So low efficiency, therefore prices of the goods will be higher. Price of the goods will be higher, it will be costly. But despite this there was huge demand for Indian goods in western markets because of the very high quality. Okay, the quality of produce was very high, therefore there was huge demand for Indian goods in western market. So having Indian goods was a symbol of prestige, symbol of status, symbol of standard for the Europeans. ನಾವು ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ವೇನಪ್ಪ. Today if you are having the British names or the foreign looking names on our shirts and all, it's a symbol of status for us. Back then having an Indian cloth was a symbol of status for Europeans. Situation is reversed now. Nobody wears Muniappa and Sons on your shirts, but you don't mind having Peter England, Levi Strauss, all these things. Okay. So now if you look at the industry, the situation in England after the industrial revolution, see they invented machines for everything. Okay, for example in India there will be cotton, raw cotton will be having lot of seeds. So to separate the seeds from the cotton there used to be one person. Later we will soak it in the water, we will try to extract the threads out of cotton, and once the thread is extracted we will try to color that thread, and then we will try to weave it together as the cloth. Understood? Threads come together to form the cloth. But in England all these things were mechanized. There was one machine called as cotton gin. You feed the cotton into it, it will automatically remove the seeds from it, it will send it to the soaker, there the cotton will be soaked, and then there was a machine which will extract the threads out of the wet cotton, and there will be a machine which will weave it together and give it the colors. It was all mechanized. So in England, they invented machines for all these things. Especially they had steam power. Steam power. So they powered the machines using steam. So most of these processes were mechanized. So machines, you all know, they have an advantage over human beings. They have an advantage over human beings. Initial cost of setup is high, but in the longer run, they have more efficiency. They can fetch you more profits when compared to human beings. So now in England, what came up was large scale industries. So whenever there is large scale industry, very big industry, you have to remember that these industries require large amount of raw materials, and at the same time using large amount of raw materials, they will produce large amount of finished goods. So see, just producing the goods will not fetch you the profits. You have to sell that goods, correct? No, somebody has to buy your goods and sell it. Somebody has to purchase your goods, that will fetch you the profit. So you will also need a huge market for selling your goods. This is what will fetch you the profits. Goods manufacture ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಏನು ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರಲ್ಲ. You have to sell it. For that there has to be a market. There has to be demand for your goods. Okay. So now most of these industries were machine based. So whenever the machine was involved, eventually the cost of manufacturing will be less comparatively, and when compared to humans, the efficiency will be higher. So there is also a concept called as economies of scale. So if you are manufacturing the goods in larger quantity, the ultimate price of the goods will come down. Wholesale versus retail. Retail means chillre angadi. Wholesale means big shops. So you all know, when you purchase things in wholesale, the cost will be less. Correct alvenappa? So now the prices of the goods were lower. So now there was competition. There was competition between the Indian goods with very high prices and the British goods with low prices. There was severe competition across the world. And now, see, Indian goods, we had two markets. Indian goods, we had two markets. One is domestic market, another one is foreign market. And in both these markets, we started facing competition from British industries. Even they wanted access to very huge Indian domestic market, even they wanted access to the foreign markets also. So now Britishers will definitely come up with some strategies to conquer these markets, because they have invested a lot of money to set up such huge industries. Now they want returns on their investment. So the first thing is to make sure, see, you're already producing the low price goods, but you have to make sure that the tastes and preferences of your own population should change. First, you have to make sure that your own country people, your own countrymen should stop consuming the Indian goods and prefer your own goods. First, they have to convince the Westerners, Europeans, to consume the British industrial goods. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೇಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ನಾವು. So what they will do, the first and the most important thing is they'll introduce the tariff policy. What is the tariff policy? See, India, what we used to do, we used to export the finished textiles to England and other European countries. other European countries. We had a lot of demand. So now, what Britishers did after Industrial Revolution is, whatever goods we exported, whatever textiles that we exported, they put 100 to 200% taxes. 100 to 200% taxes or tariffs. Now you would have seen Trump's tariffs on Indian goods, which went up to 50% at some point of time, now decreased to 18%. So when the tariff is 50%, would any American prefer to buy the Indian goods? No. Tariff on Bangladeshi goods was 18%, sorry 19%. Tariff on Vietnamese goods was 19%. Indian goods 50%. Americans will prefer which goods? Bangladeshi and Vietnamese goods. That is what actually happened. Understood? That is what actually happened. So now, see, British industry is already producing cheaper goods, but still British people are preferring Indian goods only. Taste and preferences, standard, prestige, so all these things. They are preferring Indian goods only. Now you have to discourage the consumption of Indian goods. So what you will do? 100 to 200% taxes. So now let's say Indian goods, let's say it was available at 50 rupees and British goods, it was available at 40 rupees, cheaper goods. Now if this was the case, what British people did? They preferred Indian goods only. Now what Britishers did for that sake? They imposed 200% taxes. So the price will come down to, come up to 150 rupees. And this will be available for 40 rupees. So what will be your preference now? British goods. So because of this, what did we lose? Because of this, we lost access to foreign market. We lost access to foreign market. Understood? So this is one thing. And since the British goods were very cheaper when compared to Indian goods, so there was very stiff competition between Indian industries and British industries, and because of the cheaper goods, British had an advantage over Indian goods. Therefore, eventually, not suddenly, eventually they dominated Indian market as well. So thereby we lost access to both Indian market as well as the foreign market. Foreign market mainly we lost because of the tariff policy. Indian market we mainly lost because of cost. So Indians, ಗಾಡಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೋದ ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಪ್ಪ? ಮೈಲೇಜ್ ಎಷ್ಟು? ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವೇನಪ್ಪ? So that is our mindset. So we think about economical aspects. Okay. So this is one thing. And earlier I told you that British industries require huge amount of raw material and the market. So India was the most preferred market because of the population size we had. So India was their most preferred market. They wanted to capture the Indian market and they captured it through cheaper prices. So what helped them capture the Indian market? Cheaper prices. And they wanted huge amount of raw materials for their industries. See, the most important raw material that is required for the textile industry is two things. One is cotton, second one is indigo. And both of these are tropical crops. And England is a temperate country. Their soil type, the climatic conditions, they are not suitable for the cultivation of these two crops. So they need a tropical country to cultivate these crops and export it to England. So which was the largest tropical country that was under the British control at this era? India. America was also there, but America got their independence. 250th anniversary we are celebrating. So they got their independence. So India was the largest tropical country under their control. So they wanted India to act as the supplier of raw material as well as the market for their finished goods. So with that perspective, what they did, they wanted Indians to act as the supplier of raw materials. So what they did is the commercialization of Indian agriculture. So they started promoting the cultivation of crops that suited the requirements of British industries. Okay. So this is what we call as commercialization of agriculture. And see, this commercialization of agriculture, what will it lead to? The first important thing, it will lead to diversion of land from food crops to commercial crops. Okay. So what it will lead to? Another important thing, decrease in the buffer stocks. Decrease in the buffer stocks. Earlier, there used to be a lot of buffer stocks. Even in Indus Valley civilization, you can see the storage structures, grain storages and all. So we started compromising on the very basic aspect of our food security. So what was the effect? Food security compromised. Food security was compromised. So we will come back to this angle later. Okay. And what is the impact? Another impact of this. When you are cultivating the commercial crop, the first thing, one is diversion of food crops to commercial crops. There will be shortage of food crops and all. That is one angle. What is the second angle? Soil fertility, fine. Okay, that is fine. And then I want one very important angle. Especially indigo, that will negatively impact your soil fertility. Okay. There is one more important angle. Monocropping. So ಇನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಕಣೋ. ಇನ್ನು ಅರ್ಬನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅರ್ಬನಲ್ಲಿ 100 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ. ಈ 1750ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡು. 100 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮೈಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಯ್ತೀವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. See, whenever you are cultivating the commercial crops, you are it will make you dependent on the foreign traders and merchants, because you are cultivating the crops that are required by a foreign industry. So whatever crop you cultivate, it should be taken to England. Understood? You are depending on a foreign market through a foreign trader and a merchant, and this will create the room for increased exploitation. What is one important way of exploitation? Low price discovery. You will be paid very less for your crops, because an illiterate Indian farmer is not aware of the prevailing prices of cotton or indigo in the European market. So if a merchant says your cotton per kg 10 rupees only, let the price in European market be 100 rupees or 200 rupees. But whatever merchant says, that will be the knowledge we have. So there is more room for exploitation because we lack awareness. Our farmers are illiterates. Okay. So these are some aspects. And now, did you understand these things? Did you understand these things? Now let us proceed to one more important angle. One more important angle. You understood all these things, right? So now we will try to summarize everything. We will try to summarize everything. So let me call that as export import policy. Export import policy. See, before industrial revolution, India used to export what? Textiles, finished goods, not the raw material, finished goods. Okay. So remember this, finished goods, and then salt, pepper, okay, and then spices, most importantly, spices, tea, etc. we used to export. Okay, and what did we import? Some precious metals, wine for Rangila. Okay. We used to import these things. Okay. This was the nature of trade before industrial revolution. Fine. And now we'll understand what happened to our trade after industrial revolution. Okay. So now India, we started exporting raw materials, cotton, indigo, jute, etc., along with spices. Spices is not flexible. They need spices for their survival. It's a matter of their survival. So there is no compromise on spices. It will be there. It is inelastic for them. Okay. So what did we import? Finished goods. So what I want you to notice is the change in the nature of trade. Earlier we used to export the finished goods. Now we are exporting the raw materials and importing the finished goods. And these finished goods, which came to India, it was competing with Indian handicrafts. Correct? No? Indian handicrafts and textile industries. And these finished goods, you all know what is one nature of it? Cheaper prices. Cheaper prices. So what will be the outcome? Outcome is persistent losses, not just 1 month, 2 months, years together. Persistent losses for Indian handicrafts. If you are able to, let's say, if you sustain the losses for 1 year or 2 years, ultimately what will happen to your financial status? Gone. So will you keep that industry running? No. So that will lead to one important phenomenon called as deindustrialization. Persistent losses will force you to close down your industry. Deindustrialization. Deindustrialization. Okay. So first thing, you lost the access to foreign market. Why? Tariff policy. There is no demand for your goods in foreign also. You had domestic market, at least you were able to survive because we have a huge population. But in domestic market also there was huge competition with the British goods, and you lost access to domestic market also. You continue to sustain the losses, and after a period of time you will not be able to sustain the losses anymore. So what you will do? You will close down your industry, and that is what we call as deindustrialization. When we establish more industries, it is called as industrialization. When the existing industry is closed down, it is called as deindustrialization. Understood? So India started witnessing the phenomenon of deindustrialization. Why? Because of the British economic policies. Now let us try to summarize all of this. And we are missing one very important thing here. See, now let's say during British times, see one imaginary example. Okay, during British times in India in 1750, let's say there were no weak Mughals. Instead of weak Mughals, there was a strong Mughal emperor called as Donald Trump Shah. Okay, so strong Mughal emperor. And when Britishers tried to bring their goods to India, imagine Donald Trump imposed 100% tariffs on the British goods that is coming to India. See, they are imposing 100% taxes on Indian goods, no, 200% taxes. So Donald Trump Shah will impose reciprocatory taxes. You are imposing 100, I will also impose 100. You are imposing 200, nanu 200 acting. So what would have happened to Indian industry? Survived, no? Survived. It would have survived because reciprocatory tariffs will help you to survive. So just like they are trying to punish your industries, discourage the consumption of Indian goods, you are also imposing taxes on their goods. Thereby you are protecting our industries. Correct, no? But Britishers, they did not witness resistance from any Indian rulers. Why? There were weak Mughals. There was absence of strong central authority in India, and by 1760s, you might have noticed that Marathas lost the third battle of Panipat. They were not in a dominant position. 1764, Mughal emperor himself lost a battle against the British. So there was absence of strong central authority in India, which can protect the interests of Indian handicrafts or Indian industries. Understood? So ultimately, it was all due to lack of patronage by Indian rulers. They were not able to protect our industries. Donald Trump, he showed what he can do to protect American industries or to protect the domestic manufacturing or to promote the domestic manufacturing. He imposed tariffs on Indian goods, Chinese goods and all. Imagine if Donald Trump was there in India in 1750s during 18th century, do you think there would have been deindustrialization in India? Understood? It did not happen because we did not have Donald Trump. So what do I mean? Lack of patronage. Remember Donald Trump. Okay? What Donald Trump tells you? Donald Trump Shah. So, his tariff policies. What will it lead to? Protection of domestic industries. And it will discourage the consumption of foreign goods. Okay? And see, if you protect the domestic industries, that is not the end. You are also promoting, because you have to replace the foreign goods with your domestic goods. You are promoting the industries. So whenever you promote the industries, what will it lead to? It will create jobs. Correct, no? When new industries are established, it will create jobs. And when jobs are created, what will happen to your income levels? Increase. So ultimately your standard of living will increase. Your standard of living will increase. So the nation and its people will witness the fruits of development. There will be increase or rise in the level of development. That is when a country will start moving from developing to developed. Understood? So because of absence of central authority, there was nobody who could protect our domestic industries, and there was nobody who can discourage the consumption of foreign goods and protect our domestic industries. So what did it lead to? Exactly opposite thing. What did it lead to in India? Opposite things. So if Donald Trump Shah was there, it would have led to industrialization, correct alva? Establish of more industries and all. But what happened in India? Deindustrialization. Whenever deindustrialization happens, people working in that industry will lose their jobs. What was there in India? Unemployment. And if you become unemployed, what will happen to your income status? Decrease. So you will fall into the traps of poverty. Correct? No? Will you be able to spend anything on education and all? No. So earlier you were able to spend on education, you started becoming wealthier. Now exactly opposite. And what will happen to the country? Developed or underdeveloped? Underdeveloped. Understood? See, these are the losses India incurred because of absence of strong central authority. Understood? So Donald Trump, as I told you, signifies a strong central authority. That's all. Very non-kabadi. Just try to relate the tariff policies of Donald Trump to the Industrial Revolution era. You will be able to easily correlate and understand. Now, see, we will try to summarize everything in one page. We will try to summarize everything. Okay. The first thing, what started happening in India? First, there was Industrial Revolution in England, correct? No? And because of Industrial Revolution, what happened? They were able to produce cheaper goods, correct alva? And in domestic market, because of these cheaper goods, there started the process of deindustrialization. Our industry started closing down. And because of deindustrialization, there were a lot of spillover effects. What are they? Unemployment, illiteracy, poverty, backwardness, lot of things. These are the spillover effects. Okay. So now, I am audible till the end. So this is one aspect. So this is with regard to, what do you say, the domestic market. So now we look at the foreign market as well. So what was our EXIM policy earlier, before Industrial Revolution, before and after? So before, we were exporting the finished goods. Draw the diagram. And after, you were exporting the raw material. And we started importing the finished goods, textiles. Okay. So now they wanted large quantity of raw materials because they had huge industries. So this is what led to commercialization of agriculture. Correct, no? So now you are cultivating lot of crops in rural India and you have to export it to England. Cultivating the crops in rural areas, export it to England. You are bringing lot of goods from England to port. You have to export it to villages because India lives in villages. Even today 65% of population lives in villages. So whatever crops that reach the port, you have to transport it to villages. Whatever crops that is cultivated in the village, you have to transport it to ports. So for that sake, what Britishers introduced? Railways. So you can consider railways as the catalyst of economic exploitation, because it contributed to economic exploitation, exporting the raw materials from villages to ports and bringing the imported finished goods from port to villages. Railways brought the foreign goods to villages, to your doorsteps. Understood? So that is very important aspect of it. And then we also understood, so this is how they tackled the domestic market. So how did they tackle the foreign market? Tariff policy. Through tariff policy. So 100 to 200% taxes on Indian goods. 100 to 200% taxes on Indian goods. See, only they were able to impose the tariffs. We were not able to impose the tariff. Why? Absence of strong central authority. That is what we write as lack of patronage. Lack of patronage. Okay. Fine. And Britishers, what they did? See, Britishers are the land revenue authority, no? The power to collect the land revenue and all. So initially, they introduced something called as forced cultivation. Forced cultivation. They started forcing our farmers to cultivate the commercial crops because they require their industries, they require raw materials for their industries. Though Indian farmers were not ready, Indian farmers were reluctant, they forced us. For example, Indigo Revolt, 1859-60. Teen Katia system, Champaran. You have to compulsorily cultivate indigo in 3/20th of a land. Why compulsory? Why mandatory? Because they want raw material. With shortage of raw material, they cannot run their industries. They want raw material. So, using what they were forcing you to cultivate the commercial crops? Using the land revenue policy. Because they had the power to collect the land revenue. So, using the land revenue policy, they started forcing you to cultivate a certain type of crop. So, understood? So, almost everything that we discussed is here in this slide. Now, I will have to explain one simple concept. Just try to focus. See, again, we will revisit the diagram. See, now we will just think from the textile angle, because industrial revolution, the first phase of industrial revolution was textile centric. That can be a question in world history as well. Why textile we will understand in the world history. But the first phase of industrial revolution was mainly textile centric. Okay. So now we will look at it from the textile angle. Industrial Revolution was mainly textile centric. Remember this. So now, with regard to textiles, before Industrial Revolution, what were we exporting to England? Finished goods, or we can write it as finished textiles. Correct? No? Finished textiles. And now, after Industrial Revolution, what are we exporting to England? Raw materials. Okay. Are we exporting any finished goods? So finished goods almost became nil, almost became zero. So we are not exporting any finished goods. We are not exporting any textiles. So the textile export, the finished goods export, it was almost 0%. It was almost 0%. Why it was almost 0%? Because Britishers, through the tariff policy, they started imposing 100 to 200% taxes, tariffs on Indian goods. Therefore, what happened? This almost came down to 0%. Correct? No? And what happened because of this? England started exporting the finished goods to India. Correct? No? So they started exporting the finished goods. See, earlier, now the trade, earlier it was a two-way trade. We used to export certain things, import certain things. But now what happened with regard to textiles? With regard to textiles majorly, what happened? The trade became one way. The trade became one way. Okay? Because we are just exporting the raw material and importing the finished goods. We are not exporting any finished goods at all. Trade became one way. With regard to textiles, trade became one way. And see, our goods is going to England at 100 to 200% taxes, and their goods were coming to India at almost 0% taxes. If I give you something at 0 rupees, what do you call it as? Free. So the nature of the trade between India and England, it became one-way free trade system. One-way free trade system. The nature of the trade between India and England became one-way free trade system. Using this system, I mean, this was the outcome of the tariff policy. So whenever you talk about the tariff policy, you have to write about its outcome as well. One-way free trade system, where our goods reached Europe with 100 to 200% taxes. Our finished goods exports almost became zero, but their goods reached India at almost 0% taxes, and India became completely dependent on British goods. The nature of the trade, the textile trade, became one way. Understood? Our exports became zero, only they started exporting us. Our textile exports became zero, they only started exporting us, and they were exporting to us. At what percent? Almost 0%. Sometimes they imposed very high taxes on British goods coming to India. It was as high as 0.5%. So we call it as near zero. One-way free trade system. Okay, 0.5% was the highest taxes that was imposed on British goods coming to India. ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 0.5% ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಲಿ ಅಂತ. This is the system. Now, did you understand all these things? ಈ ಪೇಪರ್ 4 ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಂಪತಿ ಸಿಂಪತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲ. DS1 ಇದ್ದಾಗಲೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಂಪತಿ ಸಿಂಪತಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. So now, if you have understood this, now let's try to solve all the PYQs related to the topic. All PYQs. So write down the PYQs. ನಾನು ಎರಡು ಪಿ ವೈ ಕ್ಯೂ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಬರೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ write it down. Just a minute, or else write down. How far the industrial revolution in England, how far the industrial revolution in England was responsible for decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India. Decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India. This is the first question. Okay. And second thing, examine how the decline of traditional artisanal industry, examine how the decline of traditional artisanal industry in colonial India crippled the rural economy. Crippled the rural economy. Okay. Third question. Write down. Examine critically the various facets of FACETS, various facets of economic policies of British in India. Economic policies of British in India from mid 18th century till independence. From mid 18th century till independence. Next question. Why there was a sudden spurt, SPURT, why there was a sudden spurt in famines, in colonial India since the mid 18th century. Give reasons. ಬರೆದ್ರು ಬರೀದಿದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಒಂದೇ. Now for the first two questions, the answer is very simple. Whatever is there on the board, that is the answer. Yellow is the problem. Okay. So what can be our introduction? Some people, how far the industrial revolution, what will be our introduction? Suggest ಮಾಡ್ರು ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತರೆಗೂ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. What will be your introduction? See, there is more to it. This is just the beginning of economic exploitation topic. There is more to it. Okay, we have discussed one or two angles here. So there is more to it. We will explain that. We will discuss that. But for now, first two questions we will handle. Then we will proceed to third, fourth question. I will also introduce you to fifth question. Okay. So for now, tell me, how far industrial revolution in England? That is the first question, right? So now for that question, how will you introduce? Before okay, so it happened during the mid of 18th century. So mechanized the production, made their industries more efficient, and it had a deep negative impact on Indian handicrafts. So you are not, see, some people they just define what is industrial revolution. Some people they just write about the British context of industrial revolution. But this is not world history question, this is Indian history question. So what you have to do, while talking about the industrial revolution, you also have to link it to Indian industries, Indian context. So in introduction itself, you need to bring the Indian context. Okay. So either you write about some fact. Let's say for example, by the beginning of 18th century, India contributed to 24% of world trade. But by the time of independence, it was less than 3%. And most part of this decline can be attributed to the industrial revolution and such other economic policies of British in India. Understood? One fact clearly summarizing the impact of industrial revolution on Indian industries, and then we are linking it to the demand of the question explicitly. Understood? So either you write the definition, industrial revolution, mechanization, large scale manufacturing, which happened during 1750s in England, had huge negative impact on Indian industries. Either that or quantify the loss. 18%, sorry, at the beginning of 18th century, 24% contribution to world trade, but by 1947, less than 3% contribution to world trade, mainly because of industrial revolution and such other supporting economic policies of British in India. Understood? So two ways, you can come up with a third way also, not an issue, but always stick to the context. Do not try to define industrial revolution in this question. Okay? If they ask it in the context of world history, what is industrial revolution, or industrial revolution changed, impacted the political, economic and cultural aspects of the British society, examine, for that write about industrial revolution, what is industrial revolution, define it and all. But it is asked in the context of Indian history, do not try to define it. Understood? So introduction, we are clear, 2 or 3 different ways of introduction. Now in the body, the question is asking how far, simple or complex? Complex. So we have 2 parts in the body, that we are very clear. The first part we have to show, see the wording of the question itself is negative, because the question is asking industrial revolution leading to decline of Indian industries. Correct, no? The wording itself is negative. So first we have to give the supporting factors for the decline of Indian industries. Later we have to show some positives also, that we will do. So firstly, what was the first thing? Industrial revolution. They were able to come up with the cheaper goods. Indian industries could not compete with the cheaper goods. The first point that we are discussing is cheaper goods. Industrial revolution in India, cheaper goods came to India, Indian industries could not compete with it. So it started leading to losses to the Indian industries. First point. Second point, their export-import policy. So earlier, India used to export the finished goods. Now Britishers exported raw materials from India predominantly to suit the requirement of British industries and transformed India into the importer of their finished goods. Change in the nature of the trade. That is what you are trying to establish in the second point. Third point, tariff policy. They imposed 100 to 200% taxes on Indian goods in England. Thereby, they snatched away the foreign market from Indian industries. They discouraged the consumption of Indian goods in foreign market. Whereas, their goods reached India at 0% taxes. Therefore, the entire nature of trade became one-way free trade system. Why this all happened? Because of fourth point, lack of patronage or absence of strong central authority which could protect the interests of Indian industries. Fourth point. Fifth point, see, we were able to supply huge amount of raw material for their industries. For that, what they did? Commercialization of agriculture. Commercialization of agriculture. Sixth point, railways. Introduction of railways. Railways was an important agent of colonization or you can say it is the catalyst of economic exploitation. Why railways was used? Draw one small map of India. Show from Deccan region, they exported the cotton like this. From Deccan region, they brought the cotton to Bombay port. From Bombay port, it was exported to England. And okay, they are exporting the raw material. And from England, they are bringing the finished goods. So, this finished goods, it reached the villages or the hinterland using railways. So, this was the job of railways. One small map, and again for explaining the export-import policy, you can write the diagram itself. We wrote no, before industrial revolution, after industrial revolution, we wrote a small comparative diagram, no? India, England, India, England. Before industrial revolution, what did we export? Finished goods, saltpeter, finished cotton textiles, saltpeter, spices. After that, raw material. And when you write finished goods here, highlight it. Highlight it. Understood? You can use diagrams also in a wise manner. Don't overuse it. 2 or 3 diagrams in a 15 marker question is fine. 1 or 2 diagrams in a 10 marker question is fine. Do not overuse it. Diagrams and flow charts. Okay. So, you have written all the negative things that led to the decline of Indian industries. Correct, no? So, we have summarized everything. We have summarized everything. Everything is there in this one slide only. Only thing is we need to fill it with the explanation. Every point you need to fill it with the explanation. Commercialization of agriculture. Why did they commercialize agriculture? To ensure that the raw material demand of the British industries are fulfilled. Okay? You have to write this, 1 or 2 lines of explanation. Do not over explain also. And there is a general rule, it is not written anywhere, but you have to follow it. No paragraph written in a GS answer should be more than 4 to 5 lines. Ideal size is 3 to 4 lines. No paragraph should be more than 4 to 5 lines. Remember this. Either introduction or conclusion or any paragraph in the body should not exceed 4 to 5 lines in GS answers. Understood? Essay it is fine, not an issue. But GS make sure no paragraph exceeds 4 to 5 lines. So remember this always. Okay? So this is very important from the presentation point of view. It's, see, you might be having very precious points, very valuable points with you. If you don't present it in an ideal way, again, the content value is going to diminish. It might be a golden ring or a diamond ring that you might be giving. But if you roll it in a paper and throw it at someone, obviously they are not going to realize the value of it. So make sure you present it in a good way. And whatever subheadings you put, see there is one main subheading in this answer. Industrial revolution and decline of Indian industries. Main subheading, underline it, box it. And there are different small subheadings in the answer. What are the small subheadings? Cheaper goods, leading to deindustrialization, and exempt policy, tariff policy, lack of patronage, commercialization of agriculture, introduction of railways. So these are the points. So underline that and explain it. And explanation, as I told you, ideal thing is 2 or 3 lines, not more than that. Okay. So now we are done with all the positive things. All the positive things. Sorry, all the negative things. Now we are about to approach the positive aspects of it. What is positive aspect? I already told you. First thing, in the midst of 19th century, you can see the beginning of modern industries in India as well. That is the first thing. Second one, to work as the labor in this modern industries, you can see the rural to urban migration. Rural to urban migration. So this leading to the phenomenon of urbanization in India. Urbanization in India. So these are the two important positive things that happened in India because of industrial revolution. If you can come up with the third and fourth valid point also, not an issue, you can write it. Okay. So it is always open to interpretation. You can always come up with more value addition points. These are the things which I think is valid and this will suffice. But if you can come up with more, you are welcome to, not an issue. Okay. Say I am not making you write any model answer because there is no model answer. So these are the points which should be there in your answer. So it is all written on the board. So you should make sure that these things are there. So for the first question and the second question, this is the answer. Only the wordings of the question are different. Therefore, your subheadings will change. Understood? In first question, you will write industrial revolution and decline of Indian handicrafts. In second question, you will write. So you will write what? How traditional artisanal industry declined. Okay. And for second question, you need to write few more additional things. Few more additional things because they are explicitly talking about rural economy. They are explicitly talking about rural economy. What will you write? See, most of the Indian industries were village based industries. So now we have already written this. Remember? Unemployment, illiteracy, poverty. Correct? No? So what will happen in rural areas? All these things will increase. So this will lead to something called as ruralization of poverty. Ruralization of poverty. So in India, rural areas, it will be filled with more and more poor people. Ruralization of poverty in India. So rural economy will completely decline. And see now, all your industries closed down. You have to find a means of livelihood, no? You cannot let your family suffer. You have to find a means of livelihood. So your industry got closed down. So how will you earn your livelihood? So this will lead to, the deindustrialization will lead to something called as overcrowding of agriculture. Overcrowding of agriculture. Okay. And overcrowding of agriculture, it is not a good thing. It is not a good thing because it will further contribute to, see, it will further contribute to disguised unemployment and fragmentation of land holdings and overall it will lead to decline in productivity of the land. Decline in productivity. Understood? So this is some extra points which you have to write for the second answer because the examiner is specifically asking about rural economy. And see, first answer they did not ask this, but still you have to write this. You have to write it in the conclusion part because of the decline of the artisanal industries and Indian handicrafts. It led to the phenomenon of ruralization of poverty and overcrowding of agriculture, and because of which there was predominance of disguised unemployment in Indian rural areas, fragmentation of agricultural land holdings, directly contributing to decline in productivity of Indian agriculture. And even since independence, it is plaguing the Indian agricultural scenario. Why Modi ji is not able to double the income of the farmers by 2022? fragmentation of land holding. Because of British, because of Nehru was not able to consolidate, no? Farmer income was not able to be doubled as per the target. If Nehru ji had been successful, no, probably Modi ji would have doubled. This is one thing, and write down some quotes. Will Durant in his book, The Case for India, referred to the colonial extraction, as write in double quotes, conscious bleeding of India. Conscious bleeding of India. And also called it as the greatest crime in all history. Write in double quotes. The greatest crime in all history. The greatest crime in all history. Okay. Second one. This quote is also very important. Write down. R.C. Dutt, Romesh Chandra Dutt. R.C. Dutt, in his book, The Economic History of India, traced deindustrialization, revenue over assessment, revenue over assessment, and famine to deliberate policy, not misfortune. It traced it to deliberate policy, not misfortune. It was all deliberate. It was all by design. It was all intentional. Okay. And write on. Karl Marx in his book, Das Kapital, states that, write in double quotes, the bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plain of India, Gangetic plain, etc. Bleaching the plains of India. Okay. And write down one more quote. Historian Edmund Burke refers to East India Company as a state in the disguise of a merchant. merchant. State in the disguise of a merchant. Okay. So, like the contemporary experts like Shashi Tharoor through this book, The Era of Darkness and the Inglorious Empire, what they demand is that Britain should compensate for India's losses. They should take the historical and moral responsibility. That is what they argue, and you don't have to worry much about that. And these quotes are sufficient. Now we have answered the first two questions, but this content is not completely sufficient for the third question that you have written. What is the third question? Various facets of the British colonial exploitation from the mid 18th century to independence. So the first thing you can say, the industrial revolution and bringing the cheaper goods to India, leading to deindustrialization in India, first point. Second point you can write export import policy. Third point you can write tariff policy. Fourth point you can write commercialization of agriculture. Fifth point you can write introduction of railways. Sixth point you can write lack of patronage and exploitation by the central authority itself. Our rulers itself exploited us. Sixth point. Seventh point, which I have already told you. See, the question is economic facets. Understood? See, this was more related to industrial exploitation. So now the question is even more broader now. The question is even more broader. So it is talking completely about the overall economic exploitation. So among that, we have written some facts. These are some areas. It relates to the trade related exploitation, industrial exploitation, all these things. But there is few more points. Apart from this, there are few more points. What are the few more points? All these points are valid. And the few more points are remember land revenue policies. One more point. Land revenue policy, one more point. And this again is not completely enough. Now let me introduce you to 2 or 3 more points. Understood? See, various facets of economic exploitation. We have covered almost all the angles. So there are 1 or 2 more angles left. So first, various facets of British economic exploitation. First, we wrote down about the deindustrialization angle, correct? No? Industrial revolution in England, all these things. Deindustrialization angle. Second one, we wrote the export import or trade angle. Third point, we wrote about the tariff angle. So under that, what we will cover? One way free trade system. And we also talked about introduction of railways. So how it was the catalyst of economic exploitation. There is one more point about railways which I will explain in few minutes. Okay. One, now you know through trade how it facilitated the trade. Okay. And you also know about commercialization of agriculture. And you already have enough idea about introduction of land revenue policies. And land revenue policy, I have already given you the talking points. Sunset clause, high rate of revenue, okay, cash only, that makes you dependent on intermediaries. Okay. and intermediaries. Wherever intermediaries are involved, there will be exploitation. That's obvious. Okay. Now you already have these 6 important talking points. Okay. Another one is lack of patronage. It all happened because of lack of patronage only. So that is obvious reason. We will write it, but not now. Now we will see one more point about railways. See, British, they wanted the construction of railways in India. For that, what they did? Borrowed loans at very high rate of interest from British public. For construction of railways. And these loans were repaid using Indian exchequer. See, loans at very high interest rate and later repaid. So this will transfer Indian money to British public directly. See, the market rate was 10%, but British borrowed it at 35%, extra 25%. Who made the benefit? British public. Whose money was transferred to British? Indian money. Did we ask them to introduce railways? Why did they introduce railways? As a economic exploitation agent. Secondly, to move the troops, soldiers from one area to another area at a faster pace. These were the 2 important areas, to move the goods as well as troops. It was not to enable Indians to move from one place to another. For their benefit, they constructed railways. And for constructing railways, they borrowed money from British public at very high interest rate. Understood? And they repaid this principal as well as interest using the Indian exchequer. So it is like India paid for its own exploitation. So that is what railway signifies. Okay. And this is one more, this is one complete point. Now railways role you completely understood. So one, it was transporting the goods, and now you also know the construction of railways itself was an it has an exploitative angle. And now let me introduce you to one more important aspect. And all these things, whatever I am going to say, all these things, whatever was mentioned here, it is all there in the theory of drain of wealth mentioned by Dadabhai Naoroji. So any question on economic exploitation, if you do not mention Dadabhai Naoroji, R.C. Dutt, your answer will not be completely effective, because they are the pioneers who exposed the exploitation by British, the economic exploitation by British. Okay. So now, apart from these angles, you have to write down, simultaneously write it down. India write down like this: wars in neighborhood. Put hyphen and write. British expanded their empire. In the Indian subcontinent region by in bracket, write down something. Anglo Burmese War, Anglo-Nepal, Anglo-Bhutan, Anglo-Afghan, Anglo-Burmese, Anglo-Nepal, Anglo-Afghan wars. Close the bracket. By using Indian men in bracket army or soldiers, Indian men, money and materials, Indian men, money and materials. Therefore, India paid the cost of British Empire building. India paid the cost of British Empire building. India paid the cost of British Empire building. Okay. So, next point, remittances. Remittances. British ICS and such high ranking officials, British ICS and such high ranking officials were paid the highest salary in the world. Were paid the highest salary in the world, not one of the highest, the highest. Were paid the highest salary in the world, and this money was remitted back to their families, in England without being spent or invested in India. Without being spent or invested in India. Because ICS officers, they have bungalows, servants, everything. They need not spend the money. Whatever salary, highest salary they get, they simply transfer it to their families in England. They were paid salaries using whose money? Indians' money. It was simply transferred, remitted, that's all. Okay. And right on the next point, home charges. Home charges. Home charges. Okay. In bracket, write down salaries, pensions and allowances. Salaries, pensions and allowances of members of Council of India, comma, ordnance purchases. Ordnance purchases means guns, bullets, defense purchases, ordnance purchases, etc. were paid using Indian exchequer. Were paid using Indian exchequer. Okay. So now all these dimensions, write down about two important points now. These are the various facets. And now write lack of patronage. Last point, lack of patronage. The lack of patronage, one angle, they were able to impose tariff, we were not able to impose reciprocative tariffs. The second angle is, see, earlier kings were supreme in India. Now kings lost their autonomy. They became the puppets in the hands of British. So those who were patronized by the kings, they lost the patronage. Therefore, write down like under the loss of patronage, skilled professionals in bracket poets, historians, architects, artisans, artisans, etc. lost the patronage, and thereby the source of livelihood. Lost the patronage and thereby the source of livelihood. When the native rulers lost their autonomy to British. When the native rulers lost their autonomy to British. Now you have to write about 3 important persons, whatever the question might be about economic exploitation. The answer is incomplete without mentioning these 3. Okay. So Dadabhai Naoroji. Write down the first name. Dadabhai Naoroji. Dadabhai Naoroji. What was the name of his book? Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Gave the concept of theory of drain of wealth. Gave the concept of theory of drain of wealth. And he gave evidence-based explanation. He gave evidence-based explanation about how British, write in double quotes, British economic policies led to mass poverty, illiteracy, unemployment, impoverishing, IMPOVER, impoverishing the Indian masses, impoverishment of Indian masses, backwardness, and ultimately write in single quote, development of underdevelopment in India. Ultimately, development of underdevelopment in India. How deindustrialization started, led to unemployment, poverty, illiteracy, how it kept on growing. Understood? So this is something. And now write about R.C. Dutt. The book Economic History of India. Gave comparative analysis of Indian economy before and after the British rule. And thereby quantified the scale of economic exploitation. Quantified the scale of economic exploitation. Okay. So with these points, first 3 questions easily you can answer. Understood? First 3 questions easily you can answer. Now Look at the fourth question. Look at the fourth question. Look at the fourth question. It is about famines during the British rule. For that, as I told you, you need to have one fact at least by William Dilby, and you need to have 2 or 3 examples of different famines that happened in India. So, there was one great devastating famine in 1876-77, which most of you know. There was something called as Chappania Akal in 1899-1900. There was one more devastating famine in 1945-46, especially with impacting Bengal. Write down. Examples of famines. 1775. Great famine of 1775. I'll give you 4 examples, not more than that. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಡೇಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಇವಾಗ ಫೆಮೈನ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯೋದಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ ದ ಫೆಮೈನ್ ಆಫ್ 1932 ಮೆನಿ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಇರಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಗ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್. Great famine of 1775. Okay. Second one, Great Indian famine of 1876-77. This most of you know. Royal Darbar, Vernacular Press Act, Arms Act, all these things. Great Indian famine of 1876-77. And then you have to talk about Chappania Akal. Akala andre again drought. Chappania Akal. 1899-1900. The days of Curzon. Curzon, my favorite viceroy. And then Great Bengal famine of 1945-46. Great Bengal famine of 1945-46. These are some examples. Okay. So, most of the aspirants, what they do? They know only one famine. 1876-77. That will be the only example which they will quote in the entire answer. So, that itself is indicative of the limited depth of your knowledge. So, you have 4 examples now, not an issue. And now, what more points? See, among these points, which all points you can use for that answer? You have a lot of points, no? 14 famines. Which all points you can use? First thing is land revenue policy. Second thing is commercialization of agriculture. Third thing, deindustrialization leading to overcrowding. So, more people are dependent on agriculture now. See, earlier we wrote a point, no, because of commercialization. See, some people what they do, they just copy paste. See, earlier when we were discussing about industrial revolution, for commercialization of agriculture, what we wrote, to suit the requirement of British industries, Britishers forced Indians to cultivate the commercial crops. Now, the question is about famine. You have to write British forced cultivation of commercial crops, therefore, the cultivation of food crops declined, the buffer stocks declined, leading to food insecurity. That is the point you have to write now. ಆಗ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಈಗಲೂ ಬರೆಯೋದಲ್ಲ, ಮಕ್ಕಿ ಕಮಕ್ಕಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾಪಿ ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಥರ. ಸೊ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಚೇಂಜ್ ದ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಅಲ್ಲೇನಿತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಪಿ ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್? ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಅಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್? ವಾರ್ಸ್. Loss of patronage. Loss of patronage. Earlier when we had kings, what they used to do? They used to remit the payment of land revenue. They used to provide some exemptions. They used to promote, what do you say, like the construction of canals and all to ensure that the crops don't fail. They used to invest in agriculture predominantly, lack of patronage. So you can also write that point, lack of patronage. And then lack of investment. Okay. So under land revenue policy only we have all those points. See again, see under land revenue policy you already written sunset clause, high rate of revenue, no exemption, all these things. Do not repeat it again. Artha aithenappa? Introduction of land revenue policy 1.2, sunset clause in 1.2, high rate of revenue 1.2. Ingela madre Govinda. Examiner gottabidutte neeven aata aadta idira anta. So don't do that. You are not smarter than the examiner. His job is to evaluate every year. He will evaluate thousands of copies. So he is very well aware of the tricks that you can play on him. He is prepared for that. So if you get caught, there will be consequences. The first thing is, it will lead to a negative image about you in his mind. So whatever you write, even if it is a genuine point, he will think it as a bluff. If you write William Dilby, he told that across these many famines in India, 2.8 crore people died, he will doubt that point. You know, number ಆಗ್ತಾವನ ಇವನು. Understood? If you lose your trust once, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 4 ಸರಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 5ನೇ ಸರಿ ನಿಜ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಡೌಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಹಂಗಾಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು. So do not split up this one point into multiple points so that you can have 10 or 12 points. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತೇನಪ್ಪ? Unnecessary split ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. So under this point we have lot of things. One is rate of revenue was very high, sunset clause, lack of exemption, okay, lack of investment. You can write all those things. Okay, so you can write there British revenue administration was more focused on revenue extraction rather than development of agriculture. You can write that, not an issue. Lack of patronage you can write, not an issue. You can take out this one small point and you can write it here, not an issue. And anything else, write down 2 other very important points. Maladministration, not MALL, MAL. Maladministration, Duradalita. What is maladministration? When people are dying without food, you organize a royal party, celebrate and waste food. And for organizing this royal party, you will collect revenue from the same people who are starving to death. Royal Darbar, 1878. Okay, so without focusing on the relief efforts, they organized Royal Darbar. Not only this, Royal Darbar 1878, Royal Darbar 1903. Royal Darbar 1903. Okay, so there was famine in 1899-1900, farmers were still suffering. So instead of focusing on the relief efforts, they focused on lavish spending on Royal Darbars. Maladministration. Okay, next one, diversion of food crops. Diversion of food crops. For example, during the Great Bengal famine, British exported the food crops from India for commercial gains. During the Royal Bengal famine, Great Bengal famine, not Royal Bengal, Great Bengal famine 1945-46, British exported the food grains for commercial gains. Not only during this famine, during all earlier famines also. Exported the food crops from India for commercial gains. And the Winston Churchill was so arrogant that he told once, if there is so much famine in India, why is Gandhi not at debt? If there is so much famine in India, why is Gandhi not at debt. That shows their arrogance and lack of compassion for the starving Indians. That imperial arrogance they had, so that is clearly visible. Fine. So, what you have to write? The famines in India were not natural, it was man-made disasters fueled by the incompetency, maladministration and lack of compassion of the colonial authority. They were not man-made, they were not natural, they were man-made disasters. Man-made disasters manufactured by the exploitative nature of British economic policies, blatant maladministration, blatant BLATANT, blatant maladministration, purposefully blatant maladministration, lack of compassion and imperial arrogance. Lack of compassion and imperial arrogance. And for maladministration, you can also write one more point. Second Anglo-Afghan War. They chose to wage the war when people were dying out without food. Second Anglo-Afghan War. They used Indian men, money and material to fight the war and expand their empire, while Indians had no food to eat. Okay. So, these points together will summarize the answer for this question. Why there was sudden spurt in famines? And conclusion will say the famines were not natural, it was a man-made disaster manufactured by the imperial arrogance of British. Understood? So, these are the points. So, this is the way you need to study. So, if you have some points, you should know where all you can use that, because for every answer there will be no different points. If you learn a concept, you should know where all to apply that concept or where all to use that fact or points. So, these are the multi-usage points that I have given you. Okay, multi-usage points that I have given you. So, it is your responsibility to master them and use it as per the requirements of the question. You cannot use it in the same way. I gave you one example also. While you are writing the commercial crops under industrial revolution, it is different. While you are writing the commercialization of agriculture under famine is different. The way you present it is different. Understood? The way you write deindustrialization in industrial revolution point is different. The way you write it in famine point is different. Here you need to write how deindustrialization resulted in overcrowding of agriculture. More people became dependent on agriculture. Lack of rain impacted 90% of Indian population's livelihood. So, that is what you have to present there. Understood? So, the point is same. How you present it and link it to the demand of the question. That short 2 or 3 lines of explanation should be oriented towards the demand of the question. So, this is the broad understanding which you need to gather through this session. Is everything okay now? Okay. Now, write down one surprise question. This is linked, but not many people know that it is linked. Okay. Write down the question. Why was indentured labor taken by British from India to other colonies? Taken by British Chalisa famine 1783. Fine. One more famine. Write down Chalisa famine 1783, not an issue. See, there is handout, it will reach you. It has list of famines. Don't worry. Write down. Why was there was why was indentured labor taken by British from India to other colonies? First part of question is related to our subject. Second part, it is related to Umesh sir. Have they been able to preserve their cultural identity there? Have they been able to preserve their cultural identity there? Art and culture. Have they been able to preserve their cultural identity there? So asked in 2018. Now try to frame the context and answer for this question. Live answer writing starts now. Right. Again, this question was inspired by the current affairs of that year. So, like you all know the Angkor Wat temple in Cambodia that was renovated, and there were such other things which happened in Southeast Asia, Malaysia, and all. So, in that context, this question was asked. See, now the UPSC is asking you about indentured labor system. So, who are indentured labor? Mainly, they are the laborers who are sent to work in other British colonies on a lifetime contract with minimal wages. Okay. So now they are going to different British colonies. Let's say Caribbean islands or Malaysia or Singapore or different countries. Okay. So now any migration, any laborers getting migrated, there will be two reasons. One is push factor, another one is pull factor. What will be the push factor? So deindustrialization, there is no livelihood opportunity or employment opportunity. Agriculture, severe agricultural distress because of the land revenue policy, commercialization, all these things. Okay. Third one, limited livelihood opportunities in India. So there were no other jobs, rural poverty, disguised unemployment, mass poverty, rural and mass poverty, disguised unemployment, mass illiteracy. There were lot of push factors. There was nothing good in India. So since we had no livelihood opportunities, other things started attracting us. So Britishers had promoted the establishment of lot of rubber plantation, tea plantation, cocoa plantations in various colonies like Caribbean islands, Malaysia, etc. They wanted cheap labors. So one, the establishment of plantation. Second one, the need of cheap labors. So all these things made Indians go to those countries. One, the situation in India, the push factors. Second one, the situation in those countries, the need or the pull factors. So we need to talk about these two angles. And the last part, whether they are able to preserve their culture, that you should be writing it in the present context and all. Like it was something in news. So yes, they are able to preserve their culture. You have to write positive only for that. ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮರ್ತ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಎಸ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪ್ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ದ ಕಲ್ಚರ್. ಈಗಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಇಟ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡೀಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಟೀಮಲ್ಲೂ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅವರೇ. ರಾಮನಾರಾಯಣ್ ಸರ್ವಣ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್, ಶಿವನಾರಾಯಣ್ ಚಂದ್ರಪಾಲ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್, ದಿನೇಶ್ ರಾಮದಿನ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್. Right. So about Indian diaspora in different countries. Okay. This is one thing. Now let us move on to the next part of the syllabus. The next theme that we will discuss. Write down early nationals. Full break ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ತಾಳಿ. Early nationalists. See, about early nationalists, again there are two important groups of early nationalists, moderates and extremists. One group, as I told you, lot of questions. It is an asymmetric pair. One group has been given lot of weightage, second group is completely ignored. So second group can make a comeback anytime now. So that is something which indicates to you that question on extremist is completely pending. Okay, seismic gap. Fine. So now with regard to moderates, we will cover certain things. Then comparatively we will switch over to extremists. So about moderates, so I will keep things simple. Okay. So now we'll talk about the moderate phase. So what was there during the moderate phase, which we'll try to understand. Firstly, very simple, their ideology. What is their ideology? Prayer, protest and petition. Okay. And political education of the masses and having political connection with British to get reforms. Okay. Fine. So now we have to understand the political goals or objectives of moderates. The first thing, they wanted legislative reforms, under which most importantly they demanded expansion of legislature, expansion of imperial legislatures and increase in Indian representation, elections, and they also demanded budgetary reforms. Okay. So they wanted to discuss the budget, ask questions over the budget, vote on the budget. So these were the legislative reforms they demanded from British. Okay. So later they also demanded certain administrative reforms, and you can say they demanded decrease in military expenditure as well as the expenditure on civil services, separation of judiciary from executive, and representation for Indians in Viceroy's Executive Council. Okay. Okay. And they also demanded civil service reforms, increase in age limit, increase in Indian representation, which they refer to as Indianization of civil services, and simultaneous examination for civil services in India as well. Okay. So they demanded civil liberties, okay, like voting rights, equality, freedom of speech and expression, and freedom of press, free and fair trials, etc. Free and fair trials, etc. Okay, and they also demanded the welfare measures like increasing or expanding the spending on health and education in India. Okay. Establishing modern industries in India. Establishing the modern industries in India. And most importantly, protection of Indians in other colonies like Canada, South Africa, etc. Safeguarding the interests of Indians in other colonies like Canada, South Africa, etc. They also expose the economic exploitation. For example, Dadabhai Naoroji, theory of drain of wealth. You know the name of the book? R.C. Dutt. You know the name of the book. And you also have to write one more point. M.G. Ranade. Essays on Indian economy. Advocating establishment of modern industries in India. And literary contributions. They wrote a lot of books, published a lot of newspapers. Books you already written above, so let's not repeat it. Newspapers, Bombay Chronicle by Firoz Shah Mehta, Bengali by Surendranath Banerjee. Okay, all these things. And done. So some moderate leaders were advocative of social reforms. They were advocative of the social reforms. For example, Dadabhai Naoroji, published Rast Guftar, where he advocated Parsi reforms. M.G. Ranade, he organized Indian Social Conference, and he also held something called as pledge movement, which was against child marriage. Okay, and it was against the child marriage, and there were leaders like K.T. Telang. They advocated girl education. Okay, they also supported the social reforms. This is one angle, and on some instances, and okay, let's not write this one. It will be confusing. So you have these many points, and we can also write. One more very important point. So they transformed INC as a common platform against common enemy. So INC became the first prominent all India organization under the leadership of moderates. Under the leadership of moderates. Okay, so you have a lot of points, and now these were their important activities, their goals, and all. Now we'll also have a look at their contributions or achievements. The first and the most important contribution is Indian Council Act 1892. 1892. Okay, so that is their so the Act of 1892, where the strength of ILC was increased from 6 to 12 to 10 to 16, and half of them would be official, half of them would be non-official members. They told Indians can be the non-official members, and they introduced indirect election, but the word election itself was not mentioned in that. And lastly, they allowed Indian members or non-official members of ILC to discuss the budget, ask questions on the budget, but not supplementary questions. So it was there. Voting and resolutions were not allowed, but this is their contribution. And going forward, their second contribution is a moderate leader, SP Sinha. Okay. So with regard to civil services, Britishers set up Aitchison committee, which increased the age to 21 years, but in fact Britishers increased it to 23 years later. This committee told 21, but it was increased to 23. Okay. This committee told no simultaneous examination. It should not be there. The quality will be diluted. Okay. So this is one thing, and then for these things there was no much response. What you can do is, for this Britishers had to set up Welby committee 1895. It was called as Royal Commission on Expenditure in India. This committee was mainly set up because of their, what do you say, demands or blame of drain of wealth. Fine. And done. And here you can say it was partly they played a very important role. Okay, when Britishers introduced the age of consent bill, they also built some pressure to get it passed. That's also a very important aspect. Okay. So it was K.T. Telang and such other moderate leaders who supported Rakhmabai in her case. So I hope you all know who is Rakhmabai. It's not like OGP classes, so I cannot go in detail about those topics. So Rakhmabai was a lady. She was married at the age of 9, but she refused to go with her husband, and her husband filed a case in Bombay High Court challenging. He wanted her wife to be with him, but she refused to go. So the court ordered Rakhmabai to pay the compensation to her husband. She wanted to pursue her education, so she was not ready to go with her husband. But her husband told about the conjugal rights and all. So the court ordered her to go and stay with her husband, or else to pay the compensation to her husband. And this case made a lot of news even in England. Okay, so it's a landmark case. And during this case, many moderate leaders, they stood with Rakhmabai. They supported the issue of, they stood against the child marriage. They supported the issue of girl education. So that is one thing. So these are all the positives. See, whatever we wrote down, it is all positives about moderates. When UPSC asks you about the role of moderates in contributing to the freedom struggle and all, these are the points you should be writing. And since UPSC is asked to what extent, see, they were not able to achieve independence, they were not able to get a Swaraj, it means there are some limitations. And I have already told you, when there is a directive to what extent, you should also write about the limitations. So these are all the positives of moderates. Now we have to write about the limitations of moderates. So you can also add to it. This is not a, what do you say, like a complete and a comprehensive list. Okay. Whatever I write, most of the things they are suggestive in nature. I try to keep it as comprehensive as possible, but if there is something missing in that, feel free to add, not an issue. Okay. And when you suggest it and I discard, don't take it personally. Personally, I don't know you in person, so don't take it personally. Right? Because any wrong statement by me, any wrong fact by me, you will carry it to the examination. If I approve something, it should be logical. It should be based on facts. Illogical or based on assumptions or far-fetched things. See, if I link moderates to freedom, will you accept it? If I write in the conclusion that moderates contributed greatly, which ultimately led us to independence, will you approve that conclusion? I told you, in conclusion, link it to the future. If you directly link it to future of 1947, Will you accept it? Understood? There are some far-fetched things. Though it seems, okay, moderates contributed to the freedom movement, not an issue, but their contribution did not directly take us to independence. So, when linking it to the future, it should be logical. So, some people say, sir, avaru madilva, avaru contribution ge, andre independence ke contribution kottilva. Yes, they gave, but it is far-fetched. Understood? Some far-fetched things we have to avoid. So, the immediate important logical thing you have to relate to in the conclusion. Okay. So, limitations. First thing, so in their speeches, their articles, they used English. So, you all know there was mass illiteracy in India. So, because of which lot of people were unable to connect with them. Okay. Second thing, so they were morally reform oriented approach. They just wanted reforms to the existing rule. Why they just wanted reforms? Because they were loyal to British, and they did not strongly advocate or demand Swaraj or self-rule. That was not their main demand whatsoever. Okay. And they did not believe or support mass politics or mass movement, because they assume that Indian masses are divided, illiterates, they will not be able to contribute. Okay. They don't know what to fight for, how to fight for, since they are not educated, backward. And most importantly, they are urban, educated, elites. Urban educated elites. They lack the connect and concern about the grassroots level issues, like the issues of peasant and labor's exploitation and all. Okay. So, this is everything about moderates. There is nothing more than this. Nothing more than this. Now, there are two questions. To what extent? Now you know the answer. Whatever points we wrote, this will be the subheading, this will be the explanation under that. Okay. Now, for some points, I have given something in yellow, that is their contribution. You have to highlight that. When you write, so moderates demanded civil service reforms, as a result of which there was Aitchison Commission and the age was increased. Moderates demanded inclusion of Indians in Viceroy's Executive Council, as a result of which S.P. Sinha was included in VEC in 1909, and he was the first Indian to be the member of VEC. And while writing this, moderates demanded the legislative reforms like so and so, as a result of which, as a result of the pressure built by the moderates, Britishers responded by enacting Indian Council Act of 1892. Understood? So, these points you have to present in this way. And all the points that we have written, like whether it is political, the demand for the legislative reforms, okay, They pursued the administrative reforms. So these are all they advocated the civil liberties. Okay. They wanted the promotion of welfare measures. They exposed the economic exploitation. So all these are the points. And towards the end, you have to write the limitations of it. Okay. So now, the literary contributions, their newspapers they published, the books they wrote, again which helped in educating the masses politically. Okay. And then they also advocated the social reforms. They built INC into a common platform against a common enemy. So it became a common all India platform for leaders across the country to come and fight against the British rule. Okay. So which played a pioneer role in gaining us the independence. 1 or 2 lines of explanation. So these are the points we will write, and towards the end of the answer we will also write the limitations. So since we wrote everything in the point format, to bring a variety in presentation, some diagrammatic format I have written, that's all. So again everything with 1 line of explanation, not more than that, 1 or 2 lines, not more than that. So this will finish the answer for that question. In the conclusion you have to write the statement of Bipin Chandra, that write down the period between 1858 to 1905, 1858 to 1905 is regarded as the seed time, SEED, seed time, Bittane Avadi, seed time of Indian national movement, seed time of Indian national movement, and early nationalists like moderates laid the seeds well and deep, laid the seeds well and deep. Close the double quotes, full stop. Also, the theory of drain of wealth, put forward by moderates, provided the much needed moral and ideological base, for the extremists and their philosophy of self-reliance and economic nationalism. Their philosophy of self-reliance in bracket Atma Shakti and economic nationalism. Self-reliance in bracket Atma Shakti and economic nationalism. Boycotting the British goods, promoting the Swadeshi goods, economic nationalism. When Modi ji says buy Indian, economic nationalism. Make in India. Buy only India. It is economic nationalism. When Modi ji says don't buy that small eyed Ganesha from China, economic nationalism is giving call for you to boycott the Chinese goods. Gauri Ganesha festival. So boycotting something, promoting Swadeshi, that is economic nationalism. Okay. So today we have Atma Nirbhar Bharat, back then Atma Shakti. Similar things. 100 years down the line, concepts have not changed very much. Okay. So anything asked about the moderates, do not write negative things in the conclusion. Any freedom fighter or any group of freedom fighters, never give up on them. Understood? And if you consider Jinnah as a freedom fighter, that's not my problem. That's a problem with you, not me. So any freedom fighter, do not give up on them, do not criticize them in the conclusion, do not talk lowly about them, and write down the answer for the next question. There are two questions from moderates, no? Already written. Why did the moderates? First ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ. Why did the moderates fail to carry conviction with the nation? Write every question in a fresh page. ಅರ್ಧ ಪೇಜ್ ಉಳಿಸಿ ನೀವು ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು 16 ಮರ ಉಳಿಸಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. Why did the moderates fail to carry conviction with the nation about their proclaimed ideology and political goals? Proclaimed ideology and political goals by the end of 19th century. By the end of 19th century. Now see, don't write the complete answer, just try to prepare a blueprint of it. What points will you write, in what sequence you will write, what will be the subheadings, what will be the structure. Just IBC, I told you, no, step 1 2 3 4 5, finish that, just that. I'll give you 2 minutes of time. Subheadings, main talking points, just list that. Don't worry about introduction and conclusion, just the body. What will be your subheadings, another subheading, broadly what you will be able to, what you are planning to cover. Step 1 2 3 4, whatever I told you. Keywords, directives, structure, plan that. Done? ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಬೇಗ ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಬೇಗ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಏನೇನು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Introduction, don't worry. Moderates are the early band of leaders, some moderate leaders, highly educated, all these things you will write. And then what will be the first subheading in your body? Ideology or why moderates failed? Why moderates failed? Answer gone. If you directly tell that they are failures, it is like you are passing the judgment without hearing the arguments. It will be illogical. First, you have to establish their ideology, their goals, and then you have to show this was their goal, but they could not achieve it because of the following limitations. That is the part why moderates failed. First, ideology, prayer, petition, protest, political connections, political education. And then you have to talk about their political goals. So, what were their goals? Mainly, see again, it will be here only. So, their goals will be legislative reforms. It is better if you write it in the table format. One side of the table, moderates demand. Another side of the table, British response. One side of the table, moderates demand. Another side of the table, British response. First demand, legislative reforms. What all they demanded? What did they get? In a crisp way. Don't write it in a sentence format, over explain and all. Crisp way. Second one, civil service reforms. Aichison committee. Third one, demand for explanation of drain of wealth. Welby committee. Fourth one, administrative reforms. Indians in VEC. Okay. Close the table. And then write, they also demanded civil liberties. They also demanded civil liberties and welfare demands like so and so. Just 2 or 3 points, summarize it. So, whatever we have written here, they also demanded civil liberties like voting rights, free and fair trials, freedom of press, freedom of speech, and the welfare of Indians, like more expenditure on health and education, establishment of modern industries in India, etc. However, there was no response by British with regard to these demands. Okay. Despite the tall objectives, moderates were able to achieve little, mainly because of the following limitations. Now, write down the subheading. Why moderates failed? So, there in the table format you have already established this was their goal, this is what they achieved. So, the failure is clearly evident there. Now, you are establishing the reasons for failure, that is all. That is the goal. First, you have to prove to the examiner, Guru, this was their goal, this is what they achieved. And these are the reasons for the failure. In Vankatirappa, SLC I will score 98%. But you ended up scoring 60%. Why? Because there were some issues. There were some reasons. You were waiting for the leaked question paper. Fine. Instead of studying before the night of the examination, you are waiting for the leaked question paper. Understood? Maybe you are busy discussing with like-minded people. Okay. You are emotionally supporting other nervous friends of yours. Fine. So, a lot of such things. See, these are the reasons. See, this is your objective was 98, you achieved 60. The reasons are this. That is what you have to establish in this question. So, what was the moderate's goal? You have listed in the left side. Right side, what they were able to achieve. Why they were able to achieve less? Because of these reasons. So, the last subheading, why moderates failed. The same keywords taken from the question. Don't write limitations and all. Same keywords. Why moderates failed? These things. Conclusion, though they failed, though they were not able to achieve. And write the period between 1858 to 1905, whatever conclusion you write. Previously you wrote down, no? Write that conclusion. You are not giving up on them. You are not defaming them. You are supporting them. In that time period, whatever they did is great. And it is not insignificant. They gave the platform for extremists. So, you are in a way appreciating them without giving up on them. That is the language or the respect the UPSC expects from you towards the freedom fighters. If you say, yes, moderates completely failed, waste fellows they were, gone. ಫಸ್ಟೇ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಬರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಫಸ್ಟೇ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನರೀಸ್ ಬರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, 20 ವರ್ಷ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯಿತು, ದೆನ್ ಗಾನ್. ನಿಮ್ಮದು 1 ವರ್ಷ ವೇಸ್ಟೇ. ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್? ಸೊ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದ ಡೀಪರ್ ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೀವರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ಯು ನೀಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ದ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಸೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಏನು ಕೀವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅದೇ ಸೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರೀಬೇಕಂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಲಾಜಿಕಲಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್. So first, ideology. See, when you meet a friend, you first introduce your friend to another friend. So he is so and so, she is so and so, she has done this. Okay, she is pursuing the civil services now. You will do that. ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ, ಇವನೊಬ್ಬ ತಿಂಡ್ಪೋತ್ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕಾಫಿ ಶಾಪ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀರಾ? ವಿಲ್ ಯು ಇಂಟ್ರಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಸಮ್ವನ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್? 24 ಗಂಟೆ ಮಲಗಿರ್ತಾನೆ ಗುರು ಸೋಮೇರಿ, ಓಹ್ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳೋದೇ ಮರ್ತ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ, ಇವನ ಹೆಸರು ಇದು ಅಂತ, ಹಂಗೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಯು obviously don't do it, no. There is a way to introduce. First you will introduce them, their achievements, all these things. Understood? Later people will obviously get to know their limitations. Understood? So that is the way. Common sense, that's all. Ideology, political goals, to what extent they were able to achieve, reasons for failure, that's all. Understood? So, and towards the end, in the conclusion, you are not giving up on them, you are not defaming them, you are not talking negative about them, you are instead supporting them. Understood? So that's the ideal way of writing this answer. Okay, so now write on the extremist era or the extremist phase. See, in the similar way, whatever you know about extremist, try to list. ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಒಂಚೂರು ಓದಿರ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಅನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್ ವೇ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್, ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ, later reasons for emergence, their political goals and contributions, Done. So first point, what was it? Huh? Swaraj. Hey, directo. Boycott, passive resistance means mass movement, and then Swaraj. This is their goals and objectives. I mean, this is their ideology. And what led to their emergence? First point, failure of, situational factors, failure of moderates, maladministration by British. Maladministration you have to write, Royal Darbar in 1903 despite famine. Mismanagement of plague in Pune 1897. So all these things. And then you can write immediate causes, reactionary policies of Curzon and especially partition of Bengal. And there were contemporary events like Abyssinian wars where Italy was defeated by Ethiopians. First Boer War where Britishers were defeated by native South African tribals. And Russo-Japanese War where Russia was defeated by Japanese. So here the small and insignificant nations, they were able to defeat the European countries, and European countries were seemed invincible. Everybody thought the white man is invincible, cannot be defeated. Europeans are indomitable. Nobody can defeat them in a war and all. But that belief was shattered. See, Ethiopia, much backward, a tribal country. Native South African tribals, very small in number. Japan, such a small country. If they are able to defeat such big, powerful, dominant European powers, why can't Indians defeat Britishers? That became an obvious question. If Ethiopians can defeat Italians, if small country Japan can defeat Russians, why can't we defeat Britishers? If some tribals of South Africa can manage to defeat them, why can't we? That became the question, the contemporary inspiration. And then there were also, the inspirational things. So one, they were also inspired by the Bolshevik party of Russia. Bolshevik. So they were into mobilizing the masses, all these things. That is one thing, inspired by the thoughts and philosophies of Swami Vivekananda, Swami Dayananda Saraswati. So rise of self-respect among Indians, all these things were the inspirational factors. So these are the important reasons. One is situation, second one is inspiration, third one contemporary events, fourth one immediate reason. Immediate reason is reactionary policy of Curzon, especially the partition of Bengal. So now if you are looking into their contributions or the the political goals, first thing, as you told, Swaraj or self-rule. Secondly, economic nationalism, self-reliance, Atma Shakti, promoting the domestic Swadeshi manufacturing units at village level. Okay. So focused on manufacturing the items of day-to-day needs like clothes, soaps, candles that can be manufactured with minimal investment at the village level. That was the thing. Third point, you can say national education. Fourth one, cultural nationalism, promoting Shivaji Ganesha festival, Durga Puja, holy dip in Ganga. Okay. Fifth one, literary contribution. So the newspapers they published, the books they wrote, it all promoted nationalism to a great extent. Okay. Tilak's newspapers, Kesari and Maharatha, Tilak's books. Okay. So what was the name of the Tilak's book? Geeta Rahasya. And other important leaders like Aurobindo Ghosh, Vande Mataram, Bipin Chandra Pal, New India, they all gave a lot of literary contribution. And most important thing, nationalist education, national schools, national colleges, okay, Bengal Technical Institute, Pachayappa College in Madras, all these things. And then you can talk about mass mobilization, mass movements. So Swadeshi movement, HRL, they are all their contributions. And you can talk about, they promoted the spirit of direct action among the masses. So masses learned how to come to the streets against the injustice. Okay. And they also exposed the divide and rule policy of British. For example, partition of Bengal. Okay. So there one more important contribution was annulment of partition of Bengal in 1911. Who created the pressure? It was extremists through Swadeshi movement. They are the ones who popularized the concept of Swaraj, who made it like evident among the masses through HRL. What is home rule? Home rule means Swaraj. Okay. So you need to write the cultural nationalism, economic nationalism, literary contributions, the popularizing the term, the concept of Swaraj, and advocating the concept of Swaraj. That's the main thing. And mass mobilization. Okay. So bringing the youth into the national movement, annulment of partition of Bengal, exposing the divide and rule policy. Okay. Nationalistic education, national schools, colleges, all these things. And Swadeshi industries. Under economic nationalism, you have to write two important points. One is boycott of foreign goods. Second one, Swadeshi industries. So 2 points you have to highlight. And these are the dimensions which you can write under extremists. Is there anything else that you wish to add? Where another Vidyanappa? Bhagat Singh, your inspiration. Extremism was not an inspiration to revolution. Socialism ga. Oh, illa kanappa. That is conclusion. So they laid the platform for the mass movements under Gandhi. They are the ones who showed that Indian masses can be mobilized, and later Gandhi used this platform that was laid by extremists. So that will be our conclusion. They predominantly use vernacular languages and connected with masses. Okay. Expanded the social base, peasants, laborers, women, youth, villagers, and most importantly, introduce the nationalism in rural areas. For example, HRL. During HRL, for the first time, the national movement was active in the rural areas. Till the national movement was confined to urban areas. So took nationalism to rural areas. And then ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 2 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿ, ಹೇಳಲ್ವಾ? ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾರೋ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಸ್ರು 1-2 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಬಂತ. ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡೋ ನನಗೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅವಾಗ. ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ರೇಟ್ಸ್ ಬರೆದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ಮಾ? See, they can ask extremists in comparison with moderates. If you write, they also strengthened the political organizations, they also educated the masses politically, ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್? ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ? ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕಾಮ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನರೀಸ್ ಮಾ. ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಕಣೋ. ಅದು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನರೀಸ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದಿತ್ತಮ್ಮ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕಾಮ ಇದ್ರು, ವೀರೇಂದ್ರನಾಥ್ ಚಟ್ಟೋಪಾಧ್ಯಾಯ ಇದ್ರು, ಸರ್ದಾರ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ರಾಣಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಿಹಿಲಿಸ್ಸು, IRE ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ದೇರ್. ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಬೇಡ, ಫಾರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೂ ನಿನಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅನ್ನಿಬೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಬರೀ ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು. she became Indian by heart. So she settled down in India for around like 30-40 years. Naturalization provision ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದರೆ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ she would have become the naturalized citizen of India. 30-40 ವರ್ಷ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ವೇ ಆಫ್ ಅಕ್ವೈರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಸಿಟಿಜನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಮರ್ತೋಯ್ತಾ? ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಪೇಪರ್ 3 ಆಗಿ ಓವರ್ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. So now like we'll consider all these things as the positive aspects. Now what are the limitations of extremists? So tomorrow we'll go deeper into Swadeshi movement, HRL and all, we'll go deeper, not an issue. This is just a broad overview. If at all they ask a similar question about extremists, explain how extremists contributed to the widening of the base of the national movement and all, if they ask similar kind of question, to what extent extremists contributed to the widening of the base of the social, widening of the national movement and all, if they ask similar kind of question, then you have all the points to answer. So any specific questions like pre-Gandhian mass movements in India, Swadeshi movement or HRL, if at all they ask, for that we'll discuss tomorrow, not an issue. But today, any question on extremists in a general scale, we are talking about that. Overall view about extremists. So we have a lot of positive things. What do you think were the limitations of extremists? Consistency. ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿವಸ ಹೋರಾಡಿ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿ ದಿವಸ ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತಗೋತಾ ಇದ್ರಾ? ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನೋ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಯ್ತದೆ ಅಪ್ಪ. ಇವ ನೀನು ನೈಟ್ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಲ್ಲ, ಇವ ಏನ್ ಇನ್ಕನ್ಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಆಸ್ ಅನ್ ಇನ್ಕನ್ಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪಿರೆಂಟ್? ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬೈ ಚಾಯ್ಸ್ ಹೋದ್ರೇನೋ, ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. So they mixed religion with the national movement, which was exploited by British to promote their divide and rule policy. Okay, so that synthesis of religion or religious practices with national movement. First limitation, synthesis of religious elements with national movement. First thing. Second one, inconsistent philosophy of Swaraj. For Tilak, Swaraj means self-rule under British. For Aurobindo Ghosh, Swaraj means complete independence. Inconsistent philosophy of Swaraj. ಒಳ್ಳೇದಲ್ವಾ? ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಾವು, ಅದು ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಈಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹ. ನಂಗೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Passive resistance is not a limitation. That was the method used by the extremists to mobilize the masses. And because of that, for the first time, there was mass movements in India. Understood? It is not a limitation. ಆಮೇಲೆ regressive social opinions. Regressive social opinions are opposed the social reforms. For example, Tilak opposed the age of consent bill. Tilak refused to sign the petition demanding the abolition of untouchability in 1917. Tilak opposed the age of consent bill. Tilak refused to sign the petition demanding the abolition of untouchability in 1917. Okay. So with national movement, they were moving forward, but with regard to social practices, it seemed they were holding back. They were regressive. Okay. And then failed to understand the carrot and stick policy of British. Failed to understand the carrot and stick policy of British. ಆಟ ಇಟ್ಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬರೀಬೋದು, ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. Leading to numerous splits of INC, Surat split, liberal split, Surat split 1907, 1919, liberal split, in bracket Surendranath Banerjee left INC, Surat split, liberal split. Okay. So conclusion, what you can write? They were the pioneers of mass movement in India. Pioneers of mass movement in India, and spread nationalism even in rural area, and expanded its social base. Expanded its social base. Full stop. They provided a strong foundation or platform. Provided a strong foundation or platform for Gandhi for Gandhian phase, write it. For Gandhian mass movements or Gandhian mass movement is most appropriate. For Gandhian mass movements like NCM, CDM, etc. Okay. Gandhi was not a magician. He did not all of a sudden wake up all Indians, make him march behind him. The background work was done by extremists. Okay. So tomorrow we'll start with like Swadeshi movement, proceed to HRN. Later, we'll get introduced to Gandhian movements, okay, NCM, CDM, Quit India movement, and then we'll try to answer some questions, and we'll also discuss revolutionaries. So then we'll try to discuss all the questions related to Gandhian phase, okay. So in that way, logically tomorrow we will be concluding a lot of important things. So only some spillover topics will be there. So that we will cover on the third day or the fourth day. So my actual plan is to cover everything within 3 days, but we will not rush. We will give the due amount of time. We are not under any urgency, so don't worry. So for next 2 days, we will try to cover modern India. Let the other subjects start like society, geography and all. Towards the end only we will cover world history and post-independence. We are not in any hurry. Understood? So don't worry. So I won't skip anything. We'll discuss everything with due importance. Okay. Thank you all. See you all tomorrow. And there is one more small point. Their influence was mainly limited to Maharashtra, Bengal, Punjab rather than entire India, which I don't completely agree with. Because Tilak was the first mass leader in India. So he had influence in different parts of the country. And there was a leader called as Chidambaram Pillai. He was active in Madras. There were leaders from Andhra region. There were leaders from Karnataka region. They also attended the Calcutta session, Surat session. So, like, I don't completely agree with that point, but still, it was debatable. Thank you all. See you all tomorrow, same time.